Уважаеми господин
Esteemed Speaker of Parliament, Ministers, Commissioner, Members of Parliament, Excellencies, dear guests of today's event, it's fantastic that traditions in Bulgaria are so highly respected. This kind of event became a tradition in Bulgaria, which is not only preserved year in, year out, but it's developing. The green transition is being discussed today for the third time running. The first time it was just one day that we talked about the topic, while today we see it almost became a green week. There are over 160 panelists from 10 countries who will take part in discussing practically all points of view, all angles to the process of the green transition. It's wonderful that today we have 6 ministers from the Bulgarian government with us today. The head of state is also with us. It's great that we have with us the best experts from the European Commission, all of them ladies, DGs and deputy DGs, Ms. Kristina Vicheva, Andriana Sukova, and Iliana Tsanova. I'm so happy that as part and parcel of our tradition, we start our event with this remarkable video and hear the voice of Julia Roberts. In the course of 3 days, we'll see different videos from the Nature Calling series, and we'll see that the clouds are present in all of them. According to scientists, clouds have an important role to play in the green transition. And on the one hand, they absorb the solar energy and send it back to the space. Thus, the Earth is cooled down. On the other hand, they absorb the heat from the Earth and thus contribute to global warming. So this dubious approach is present in our debate as well. We see that there are large groups in the society who see great opportunities in the green transition, apart from making peace with nature and the possibility for our societies to grow and develop. On the other hand, there is a significant number of people who see themselves or will see themselves as the losers of this transition, and they are a very important group that takes part in this discussion, because no green transition will take place if a part of the society feels left behind. And finally, before I give the floor to the Bulgarian president, allow me to thank a particular person who is behind this entire organization. It's again a lady, but it's a pure coincidence. Namely, this is Monica. I mention her name in breach of protocol because in a very divided, deeply divided society like ours, to bring together representatives of all institutions, of all political parties, of supporters of different political affiliations and opinions is in itself a feat. So before we proceed, allow me to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. Mr. Radev, you have the floor. Esteemed Speaker of the House, Ministers, Members of Parliament, Commissioners, MEPs, representatives of Bulgarian business, the scientific community, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it's a true privilege for me to take part in this significant event for the second time running. Exactly a year ago, it was again a privilege for me to outline some of my views on the essence of the Green Deal. I think at that time this was the title of the event. We talked about the factors involved in this transition, the risks, the main opportunities for Bulgaria. I see that the participants are almost the same as last year, I don't see a need to repeat what I said then. But a year on, I would like to sum up and mention some developments that took place during this period and how far we made progress on the opportunities outlined then, what new opportunities exist now. In other words, what's ahead of us. I would like to look at this issue from a slightly different angle, because the word transition brings me back to the three main issues in navigation: where my location is, where I want to go, and how to get there. And I remember 30 years ago, when I was first admitted to the military academy, we had a large scale exercise in the classroom. On a map, we had to express our view as to how the operations would take place. And when our professors at the time asked us to get ready for an exercise the following day, our first question was, which maps do we need? Because we need to be aware of the location, the scale, etc. 20 years ago, I took part in some trainings with the American Air Force. And when we started doing the same thing, all my colleagues, the American officers, were asking the same question: how much money do we have? And that is why everything we do in this process, in an excellent way, can be illustrated by the defense policy and the well-ordered system of planning and decision-making. There should be clear mechanisms to find solutions based on capabilities, taking into account the resources and the threats. You would probably wonder where the similarities are. In my view, that's all clear. When we talk about a transition in such an important area, we have to be certain it is sustainable. And for a transition to be sustainable, we need to have good planning in place. We must appreciate the environment, to assess all risk factors, to build a clear strategy based on clear objectives. And then we must have the mechanism as to how to achieve these objectives. And here we come to the key question: who and how in Bulgaria, in Europe, is planning the green transition and can give guarantees for its sustainability? Because there are several important players involved: the state, the business community, the civil society, and the research community. In the last few decades, we got used to the state to be less and less involved. This was the trend in this planning cycle, because the role of the state has been decreasing gradually. In the last few years, however, events took place which shook our societies. They shook the whole of Europe. And the question was, were we prepared for these events? Specifically, were we prepared in terms of planning? The COVID-19 crisis, the energy crisis, the skyrocketing inflation, the war in Ukraine changed the priorities, the roles of the stakeholders in this planning process. We realized suddenly that the state, the government, took a leading role in these processes. And in the course of these crises, we saw clearly that deficits came to the fore, deficits for the society in the context of the crisis. And let us talk about the abrupt stop of Gazprom supplies. Did we plan for threats? No. We were completely unprepared. Let's talk about the resilience and recovery plans, and Repower EU. This is typical planning based on resources. You get a framework, and of course we were struggling to get this framework in place. That 12 billion earmarked for activities within this framework. And this results into some restrictions in the national level of ambition. And that is why, in my view, we need together to try to plan based on capabilities, what we want Bulgaria to become in a certain period of time, how to achieve the balance among all these stakeholders, the important stakeholders. To me, these are the main challenges. And when you add the state, the business community, the civil society, the scientific community, the local authorities, all that has an impact on regional disbalances. So all of that opens the door to many issues related to our need to modernize the state, the society, and achieve a high level of national ambition and implement this ambition. When we talk about competitiveness, we always think of the energy sector because the energy sector is the foundation of every economy. And accessible, reliable, cheap energy is the key to being competitive. So this is the big question, how to plan this transition so that on the one hand we work in order to fulfill the wish of all European citizens to live in a greener and more sustainable world, but on the other hand, not to do it at the expense of our competitiveness. And that is why the transformation in the energy sector is extremely important. And we have to focus on the approach and benefit from the experience and the mistakes made in other countries. In other words, can we talk about sustainability of the green transition if we don't take into account the risk factors? And one of them is the high speed at which we are giving up our key resources, nuclear energy, coal and gas. For the time being, we don't have alternatives. What will the outcome be? We know what the outcome will be. We know how the crisis started. Too high ambitions, Fit for 55, for instance. What did that give to Bulgaria? The social price to pay, which may turn out to be too high, and to turn upside down the whole meaning of this transition and ignite Euroscepticism, which is extremely dangerous. We have to be very, very careful indeed, because no matter what we do, it should not be done at the expense of the people. Also, very important, the other global players, the US, Russia, China, we are on the same playing field. If Europe is threatened by deindustrialization at the moment, there are reasons for that. Namely, the price of energy resources is lower in these countries than it is in Europe. And naturally, business, looking for the best conditions, invests where energy is cheapest and most accessible. However, allow me to share some thoughts on the situation in Bulgaria over this period, and specifically the sustainability that should be guaranteed in the green transition. First of all, Bulgaria was and still is a very active player in this European alliance, if I may call it that way, headed by France. And our efforts for the nuclear energy to be regarded as a green energy source. This is extremely important because we saw that at the time when the energy crisis was peaking, we saw which countries were successful in going through this period and which countries could make enough profit in order to support their business. it's important for me that the year that is just coming to an end, and which was extremely difficult, we managed to allow the Bulgarian economy to operate in a sustainable manner. And this is important. Sustainability in Bulgaria means that the cost of fuel in this country is the lowest. And that's true of petrol and diesel as well. After many years of trying, during the caretaker government, Luk Oil was registered for tax purposes in Bulgaria and started paying its corporate profit tax. And it means that Lukoil is now taking into consideration what Bulgarian authorities want, and that resulted into a lower price of fuel. And here I would like to share my observations as someone who was actively involved in these processes. The different stages we passed through in order to resolve the gas prices. The first stage was a shock because supply was very abruptly stopped. We had no reserves. And we asked our neighbors to have a slot for the tankers, just one slot at the terminals for liquefied gas. We very soon realized this was not going to be the best approach, and that is why we were very actively involved in completing the work on the interconnector. And we started working very, very hard to complete this. We met the deadline, and the 1st of January was when we launched the interconnector work on the border with Serbia. This year, this interconnector should be online as well. Another stage was developing bilateral cooperation, but it was not enough to develop the infrastructure. And the time came for accelerated diplomatic efforts to establish bilateral long-term agreements with our neighbors. In February, we concluded a contract with Greece for mutually beneficial cooperation. In this manner, we had access to the terminals in Greece and the transmission network, and Greece could balance its energy system by having access to the Bulgarian system. So you bring in liquefied gas, but if you don't have a storage facility, you may have a problem. So this was a solution we offered to Greece. Then we had access to Potash, the Potash transmission network. The only country that has a contract with Greece is Bulgaria. No matter how criticized we may be, there will be gas flowing in these pipes. It may be Russian gas. So the only country that has a contract with Turkey is Bulgaria, and it may be criticized, but the terminal will supply Bulgaria with gas. So the capacity of 1.5 billion a year, plus 1.5 capacity in Alexandroupolis, Greece, and 1 billion from Azerbaijan, will completely solve Bulgaria's problem for at least 15 years ahead. In other words, the current government and the next government will be able to think about the green transition because gas will be available. There will be no risks in terms of the gas supply. Then we realized it was not enough, however, and it would be much better to be thinking on a regional scale. And this is how the initiative Supply Ring was born. It was a Bulgarian initiative. You may remember that President Aliyev visited Bulgaria twice within a couple of months, opening the connectors and meeting the ministers of energy of Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, the ministers of Turkey and Greece. So this was a new initiative, but it is a demonstration of how mature we are and how committed we are to find the best approach. Bulgaria is a leading party in this process and a reliable partner. We're not only trying to solve our own problems, we're thinking of problems of others as well, and this is true partnership. The next stage, when we need to join efforts, is when we think of the global European connectivity, green energy, improving connectivity in the power system operators. If we manage to connect the north and the south of Europe and have a higher capacity, we would be able to store energy. The cheap solar energy from the south of Europe can be transmitted to the north during the daytime, and at night we would be able to get energy from the north in return. So this is a true partnership, good cooperation, regional, and then finally a European partnership. There are projects which go beyond the borders of Europe. I saw that Mr. Kremlis will be speaking, and I'm sure he'll be talking about the higher capacity for transmission of solar energy from the Mediterranean region, Greece, through Bulgaria and up north. Then there is going to be a contract with Hungary to transfer energy via the Black Sea from Hungary, again via Bulgaria. And here we need to ask another question. How do we benefit from our advantages? No matter how many mistakes we make in planning and political decisions at the highest level, we have one big advantage nobody can take away from us, and this is our geographic location. In the last few months, we managed to demonstrate that we are making the most of our geographic location. We link up the key projects in the energy sector because they simply cannot go around this country. The question is how we make the most of all that, plus connectivity, digital connectivity and energy connectivity. So when we talk about energy, when we discuss the green transition and emissions, the majority of emissions come from transport, not from the energy sector, not from the industry, and this is a big challenge indeed. Bulgaria has an important role to play in that as well. What's going on in Europe? In the meantime, we have to say that for decades, in Europe, the idea was that mines will be closed down, that Europe would be able to import energy resources and take out its polluting industries to other parts of the world. However, the events we witnessed showed all the deficits. The energy crisis showed us how dependent we were on energy import and the insufficient storage capacity. Then the war in Ukraine came, and the global shocks in the energy system demonstrated how vulnerable we are as a result of closing down heavy industry or restricting our heavy industry to dangerously low levels. And that is why, at the moment, Europe is rethinking its approach on a large scale. Europe is rethinking the common market, the common internal market, the new Net Zero Emissions Industry Act. Europe is decisively steering towards a strategic autonomy. It is using more innovative approaches to the energy sector and the economy, to the development of its own autonomous energy resources and energy storage. Europe is going back to developing its own mining industry, its extraction industry, heavy industry, mechanical engineering, and digitalization. This is where Europe is really very good at, and developing high tech. I think Bulgaria sees huge opportunities in this field. Opportunities because we have something valuable, namely critical raw material. Bulgaria ranks 6th in the EU in terms of capacity of non-ferrous metal extraction and processing. We have 7% of the electrolyte copper, 8% of lead is extracted in Bulgaria. We have an automotive sector with 8 billion turnover a year. 80 companies are involved in developing innovative centers in this field. So the human capital is there. There is hardly a car manufactured in Europe where there are no components or parts of it manufactured in Bulgaria. There are innovative companies like Intech. It discovered it opened its R&D center in Bulgaria to look for new solutions in e-mobility. We also have something very important as well: the rapid development of software for cars, steering the cars of the future. When you bring all of that together, you see that it's simply impossible. There's no excuse for Bulgaria not to take a leading role in e-mobility. Only a few months ago, Bulgaria became a member of the European Alliance for Batteries. A few months ago, we opened for the first time the largest specialized industrial zone on the Balkans in Dobroslavci. This is a huge breakthrough. It involved a lot of effort to unite efforts and then come up with this project and subsequently implement it. We get encouraging signs from strategic investors, and Mr. Bogdanov was working very hard. He, as the head of the Bulgarian Investment Agency, will certainly be able to talk in more detail about that. But there are huge opportunities, and they will be visible very soon. When we talk about connectivity, there's no excuse to create bottlenecks for the streams that go through this country. Russia made the strategic mistake in closing up the north route. So from China and Central Asia, this traffic goes via Bulgaria now. It's increasing exponentially. In the last couple of years, the number of lorries increased by about 1 million. And I'm very happy that in the last days of the caretaker government, it presented and opened up its concept to improve connectivity in terms of the capacity of our border crossing points. 3 new lanes for refrigerating trucks was open. The period at the border, the waiting period at the border went down. In the areas of Elhovo, Lesovo, and then over to Edirne is another route which hopefully will be taken up by the regular government now and supported by the European Commission. This will be an opportunity for Bulgaria. The memorandum is in place for the 3rd bridge on the Danube. We were waiting for the government in Romania to change, and I saw in the program that Mr. Ciolacu will have a video address. So we hope that the Romanian party will take this project very seriously. Minister Hristo Alexiev invested a lot of effort And the fast Danube conditions that the Romanian party presented have been met. So we expect a breakthrough there. Very important as far as Greece is concerned. We signed a memorandum for the project Alexandroupolis to Burgas, supplying non-Russian oil. This project should be continued. It's important. And the memorandum is in place, it's ready. The elections in Greece delayed signing it a little bit, but I'm looking forward to very timely discussing the joint use of the port in Varna and the port in Greece, in Kavala. In this manner, Bulgaria will have access to the Aegean, which is very important. Naturally, we should not leave Schengen out. We're not only talking about economic security, we're also talking about military mobility in the context of serious challenges to our security. So many of the things have been worked on and making progress. Many of the challenges are still in place, but I'm grateful that thanks to its openness, proactive policy, innovative solutions, based on the principles of solidarity and mutual assistance, Bulgaria became an attractive place in the last few months. You remember the events in Sofia. The city became attractive to the European commissioners, to the president of the commission, ministers of energy, and so on. Thanks to its innovative suggestions, Bulgaria became the focal point and the desirable destination for ministers of energy to meet and outline the future of the green transition in our region. The visibility of the Balkans and their role in the Central and Eastern European region and its development is something we have already in place, and we should not slow down. The acceleration is there, and Bulgaria should be seen in a positive way, because after all, every single European citizen wants green nature, a more environmentally friendly way of life, dealing with the climate change. And all that is to be achieved in various ways. It's not only up to the energy sector. I'm so happy that there is such a great attendance to this event. And it's important to communicate that the green transition does not mean an energy transition. It means an overall transformation and modernization of the entire society. The way we generate energy, the way we manufacture goods and provide services, the way we consume all that, the way we travel, our understanding of the world. It's all focused in the green transition. And all these deficits in terms of planning will be overcome with events like this current event today, and a more efficient way forward will be outlined. I wish you every success in your discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are now going to see a video address by Commissioner Elisa Ferreira, who is in charge of convergence and reforms. Last year, she was here with us physically. This year around, she has sent her team over, and she has a video address to the participants.
Dear participants, it is exactly 1 year ago that I visited Bulgaria and had the pleasure to address you at the Green Transition Conference. I am particularly pleased to know that the event has become an annual gathering for practitioners from all over Europe dedicated to the green transition. The weather events show us that climate change is impacting us already. I sympathize with all those people who over the last days suffered from the heavy floods in Bulgaria. Natural disasters and extreme weather events become ever more frequent and intense. If we do not step up our efforts to advance towards a climate neutral economy, it will become more and more difficult to deal with the consequences of such calamities. Cohesion policy funds support the green transition in all member states, including, of course, Bulgaria. And among the measures where we see efforts need to be enhanced is climate adaptation and climate mitigation. For example, cohesion policy finances infrastructure protecting against floods, such as strengthening riverbeds. And when the impact of natural disasters is so big that the damage qualifies as a regional or a national major disaster, the European Union is ready to respond to applications to support from the European Solidarity Fund. We see the immediate effects of climate change in our daily lives. And we also see the socio-economic impacts in today's geopolitical environment. Resource and energy independence has become critical for security. And the transition to energy efficiency and renewables away from fossil fuels has become more urgent than ever. A year ago, Bulgaria completed the 2021-27 cohesion programming process with one critical exception, the Just Transition Fund and the territorial just transition plans. In June 22, my message was one of urgency to adopt these plans without delay, so that the regions in Bulgaria most affected by transition will have the necessary financial support for reskilling, for new jobs and new businesses. Today, my message remains the same. The Just Transition Fund program and territorial plans need to be finalized. You need to do this by the end of 2023 to avoid losing the funding, and because the task of helping the Just Transition regions cannot wait. It is urgent that we put in place the measures that will help these regions to refocus and diversify their economies, and workers in those regions to gain the skills, new skills, reskilling, upskilling necessary for the new jobs that will be created. And I know that consultations with stakeholders are taking place, and this is important. Social partners, workers, local businesses, they need to be part of this process. In fact, we firmly believe that a successful transition to a carbon-free Europe must involve citizens. This is why the European Commission launched the new European Bauhaus initiative, to add, in fact, a cultural dimension to the Green Deal and promote a bottom-up action and citizens' participation. I'm especially happy to see that the new European Bauhaus features on the program of the event. Bulgaria has been increasingly engaged and more successful with new European Bauhaus projects. Bulgaria included the principles of Bauhaus, inclusiveness, sustainability, and beauty in its 2021-27 cohesion programming documents. The Gabrovo municipality is one of the 20 all over Europe receiving technical assistance for a new Christo Museum in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus. And I can't wait to meet many more Bulgarian enthusiasts, project promoters, city representatives on the 21-22 June here in Brussels at an event dedicated exactly to new European Bauhaus. So may our parallel discussions in Sofia and in Brussels feed into a larger conversation on a fair and just green transition, leaving in reality no one behind, and combining sustainability with style. Cohesion policy will continue to support you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ferreira. Back to our panelists now. Today's first panel is going to make an introduction to the discussion of the green transformation. I'm surrounded by representatives of the parliament, of the government, the businesses, and the region. We have a short time frame within which we should present all standpoints on a topic that our president compared to a military operation, and I very much agree with him, because it is the military people who are best disciplined and who know best how to plan the available capabilities and resources in order to achieve the ultimate goal. I have the pleasure now to pass over to the Speaker of Bulgarian Parliament, and I'm extremely happy that he is here in person, because this is an indication of what the standpoint of the institution of the Bulgarian Parliament is. I have the honor of knowing the Speaker of the Bulgarian Parliament, both professionally and personally, and I'm very happy that a person such as him will speak on this topic, because I'm aware of his capacity, his expertise in terms of knowing the subject matter and knowing the importance of awareness raising. So, dear Speaker, I have the following question for you. How can we make sure that we will catch up the delay in the legislative processes that we witnessed in the recent years? We know that 2/3 of the legal acts that Bulgaria has to cover fall within the climate dossier. So how can we speed up this process? Thank you, Gergana. I will start taking cue from the previous announcement that you made. I was a low-ranking soldier when I was part of the military, so I can't speak on that as an expert. But first of all, in order for the Parliament to achieve anything, it has to be around for a sufficient period of time. What we need to achieve is what the 45th through the 48th National Assembly couldn't achieve, regardless of the enormous efforts that were invested that proved to be futile. We saw that in the 46th National Assembly, many of the acts passed first reading but were not voted on in the end. So we have restarted a number of those processes now. Speaking of the green transition, we, the southern countries, prefer to call it blue transition. Ozone is light blue color. Probably in the north they do not have enough greenery, but in the south we like the blue waters and sea. I don't know. However, we cannot discuss the energy and environmental topics only unilaterally and only from the standpoint of the environment. So we need to take care of communicating the processes in this transition and managing the fears and apprehensions of people. We saw the events that took place globally and regionally only in a matter of a few years, and I can imagine what we can expect by 2050, what kind of challenges we can expect in these 7 times 4 years up until 2050. In the shorter run, however, there are several important initiatives that our parliament will have to take care of, namely to pass the law on energy from renewables. This is key. Another thing we need to work on is to amend the law on the energy sector, and regulate the retail market for electricity by 2026. In order to appease the fears of the Bulgarian households, we need to work on the law for energy efficiency as well. So if we manage to pass these three bills in the short run to overcome the fears and apprehension of our society that is being managed quite smartly in the context of installing Euroscepticism, then we will have given a purpose to our legislature. So one of the topics that is key is to meet the expectations and regulate the retail electricity market by 2026. And the other important topic we need to work on is to work on the national commitment to reduce the emissions 4 times in the coming years based on the 2019 baseline. So we self-imposed this commitment, these very important measures, with a decision by Parliament when the Recovery and Resilience Plan was reopened by the 48th National Assembly in cohesion with the Repower EU. So we need to work there in order to carefully impose restrictions in the area of energy generation and the energy generation in the Maritsa Basin itself. So our plans are to negotiate closing down the coal-powered capacity by 2038 in Maritsa 2 and the mining industry there, not earlier than that, ensuring regulation of the retail market by 2026, renegotiate the reduction by 40%, because let's not forget that Bulgaria is one of the countries where we rank 4th by progress along the Europe 55 goal. So in Bulgaria, we have achieved, namely, roughly 50% reduction of the 90s baseline. We rank right below Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and Romania. So we need to make sure that transformation will not mean loss of competitive advantage. On the contrary, it will bring new competitive advantage to our country. Thank you. Thank you. I can see that former President Tadic is giving a round of applause on what you said. Probably he saw that you named regional challenges. When we speak about green transformation, usually we focus on energy alone and we forget other sectors such as transport, for instance, economy, that contribute significantly to the overall pollution. Bulgaria is maybe the most energy-intensive economy in Europe, which means high intensity of energy use because the buildings are not adequate. So I take you from that and I ask a question of the Minister of Economy. What is it that the Ministry of Economy can do to facilitate transformation? Well, thank you for inviting me to participate on this panel. It is a great pleasure for me to participate not just as a representative of the present cabinet, but also as somebody who has been actively participating in important processes in the past 1.5 years in order to ensure an adequate investment climate in Bulgaria through my capacity as a member of the Invest Bulgaria agency. Our focuses were on access to green energy, strategy for decarbonization for Bulgaria, and at the same time ensuring that the Bulgarian companies will preserve their competitive advantage. This transition is difficult. It is difficult not just for Bulgaria, and some unpopular decisions are due. In recent years, we have been over-focusing on the energy sector on the one hand, and on the other hand, on the businesses and the burden that they need to bear in order to achieve the goals set out by the Bulgarian government and by our European partners. What I didn't see during this period was the dialogue with the people. This process does not depend on a single institution alone, a single sector, a single business. It depends on all citizens who need to embrace the approach that has been selected, that is the right way forward. And this is probably one of the main levers in our wheels. This is one of the main reasons why we are not seeing positive results. From an economic standpoint, yes, indeed, Bulgaria has one of the most energy-intensive and carbon-intensive productions. The mining industry has a role to play there. 40% of the energy generated in Bulgaria comes from coal-powered plants, but the situation is changing, and it is changing not because we have taken specific commitments, but because businesses need new energy sources. Something that we witnessed in the past 1.5 years as a team of the Invest Bulgarian agency, we saw investors who looked for alternative energy sources. And we saw that our generation capacity and our generation facilities will stop being competitive even earlier than 2038. We saw companies setting very ambitious goals for themselves, and this is where the government needs to step in and first of all prepare the legal framework, but also on the other hand use all resources in order to ensure a smooth transition to using new energy sources so that the businesses can remain competitive. And I would like to stress here the resources that Bulgaria has available. The absorption of some of them has been delayed significantly. If Bulgaria fails to work out the territorial plans for the Stara Zagora, Kyustendil, and Pernik regions, we run the risk of losing significant resources accounting to 860 million euro that can be invested towards meeting the decarbonization goals. These are resources that can ensure competitive advantage for us because achieving this goal should not come at any cost. We need to work together with the businesses and ensure financial resources, expertise, to support the companies there. We need to use all possible funds, such as the Just Transition Fund, the Solidarity Fund. These funds have been discussed for quite some time, but still, Bulgaria does not have a clear position, especially vis-à-vis the Solidarity Fund. And we need to work it out as soon as possible because the regional priorities set by the US, China, Europe They prioritize the productions that contribute to achieving the decarbonization goals, and Bulgaria has the potential to play a key role there. However, at present, the Solidarity Fund is not functioning well enough. Europe has delayed its response, and we need to work hard now in catching up and contributing to the structuring of this fund. We cannot afford to remain in the periphery because Bulgaria has all the prerequisites to make sure that the companies in this sector are successful. We have all the resources available that are necessary. We do have sufficient energy in Bulgaria, and there are countries where they have shortages. We can use this time in order to restructure our production capacities and ensure the sustainability of the businesses in the sector. We need to also make sure that we are going to absorb the resources available for decarbonization under the Resilience and Recovery Plan. They will also go towards circular economy, low-risk economy, and the total amount of these resources is 5.7 billion. So we need to make sure that we offset the delay there, because we run the risk of losing our positions as a leader in the energy sector and the balancing factor in the region concerning the energy sector. We need to take care of developing our balancing capacities, because the capacity for green production of energy is increasing, and we need to make sure that we'll strike a balance there. This was one of the reasons why the Bulgarian Investment Agency supported Bulgaria's accession to the European Battery Alliance, and Bulgaria became a member, not simply because this is a key environment where we can work together jointly with our European partners, exchange ideas, work on new projects together, but this is also the environment where Bulgaria can contribute through its capacity that it has available. We lost our chances in 2017, and we need to catch up quickly. In April, Bulgaria was joined this alliance, but even before that, we started discussions with our partners, and at the beginning of this month, there were discussions on how we can use the Bulgarian capacity for recycling batteries and raw materials there, or secondary materials rather. From an economic standpoint, the companies that are going to come to Bulgaria for investment, or that are already investing in Bulgaria, have set decarbonization goals for themselves, and this is what drives the market. Such goals are set by their partners, by their suppliers, and what the state can do is to facilitate the process, to speed up the permit issuance processes. A year and a half ago, the former regular government managed to amend the law on using green generation for individual use, for personal use. And through such examples, we can become reliable partners of the businesses. And last but not least, we need to maintain better dialogue with the people in the respective regions that who should understand that this is the right way going forward. And unless Bulgaria manages to ensure alternative productions in the coal-dependent regions, in the coming years, we will have to reduce the capacity of the coal-powered generation plants because there will be no demand for that. But on the other hand, we will not be able to offer alternative employment to the people there.
I'd like to thank the organizers, and it is good. I have no clock in front of me. I'm afraid we are running late already.
See me how I'm going to speed up the rhythm of the discussion so that we are able to cover all the topics, but I'm really glad that George Kremlis is with us. He is a former principal advisor of the Greek Prime Minister on the topic of climate change, environment, and circular economy, and also the only honorary director of the European Commission whom I know. Actually, today I heard for the first time that the Commission has honorary directors, and it means that you've had a significant contribution, George, to the work of the European government, so to say. It's great that the organizers decided to put a focus on the regional aspect of the challenge of green transformation, because obviously if we have such a global challenge, we cannot address it locally. And it was supposed to see how the neighboring countries, members of the European Union, can offer a regional approach to this challenge. So, George, how do you see, how can we, through the cooperation between Bulgaria, Greece, of course, Romania, I see the ambassador here, offer regional solutions to the green transformation? What is your experience, and what is the thing we can take from the Greek experience? Because I was impressed to see that you were among the very first member states to have their transition fund approved, the partnership agreement approved, which shows that you really attach a huge significance to the process itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Gergana. I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation, and to tell you that I'm very happy and honored to be here with you today. With Bulgaria, thanks to the excellent cooperation that we are having, which has been promoted by His Excellency further, and we hope that it will be further promoted, we are developing progressively a quasi-energy union. I use the word quasi-energy union because there is still room to do better, and I do believe that both our countries, together with Romania, as there is also a Bulgarian initiative to strengthen cooperation in the region among the three countries, which will lead a process of a reinforced cooperation in the region, we can also promote the idea for an energy union within a convention on the future of Europe. Frankly speaking, I do believe that we need to put order in our house. We need to open, of course, the doors to the Western Balkans, but there is work to do, a new architecture in the light of the new challenges that we are all facing. And number one challenge is the climate crisis. We have the war, which boosts the climate crisis. We have a food crisis as a result of the post-COVID era. So a lot of crises which have delayed the energy transition to some extent. So let me go directly to what we are doing in Greece and what we can do further together. In Greece, we are developing best practice. We have a pioneering climate law, which is more ambitious than the climate regulation of the European Union, the famous climate law of the European Union. There are no laws, there are regulations in the European Union. We have more ambitious targets there. We have a target on reducing emissions by 80% by 2040, with full net zero by 2050. This is the target of the Green Deal and the European Union. And currently, Greece has reached a percentage between 45 and 50% of renewables in electricity production. We are the 8th in the world in that respect. And the target of my party, Nea Demokratia, as I was the advisor to Prime Minister Mitsotakis, who had a very ambitious agenda that will be continued after the elections this Sunday, is to have 80% electricity production by renewables in the next 6 coming years. We have had full days in this year where electricity production was produced from sun, from wind, and from water.
Tell me, George, what helped you setting such an ambitious agenda? Do you feel more sort of support by the average Greek people, or what made the government respond so ambitiously? Because we see here that government politicians kind of are scared to explain what the outcome will be and to set really more ambitious goals.
The private sector is extremely active in that respect. And it was supported by the state. Because in Greece, we have a development law which gives incentives to the companies to promote circular economy. And in that respect, we are currently supporting storage connected to wind and solar. So if a new project is developed, and if there is a storage component, which is extremely important, because the storage for a wind or a solar investment can support also the neighbors, this can be co-financed through European Union funds. The other important thing is that all these targets are in the climate law, in the Greek one. We have a circular economy plan with a roadmap and with more than 70 actions on promoting circular economy. They call me the mentor of circular economy in Greece. I am proud to be called so. Circular economy is the new economic model, contrary to the linear economy, which still prevails, which will enable us to boost energy transition and reach climate neutrality. Because we have one planet, we cannot have two planets by 2040 or 2050 if we continue with the current unsustainable production and consumption patterns. Therefore, circular economy is extremely important, and it is the model promoted by the Green Deal, by the European Union, by the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and of course, by the Just Transition. And Just Transition is extremely important. We are already developing it in Greece. For the phasing out of lignite, we have succeeded earlier in 2025. The ultimate goal of phasing out from lignite is still 2028. It was delayed a little bit because of the energy crisis, but we do believe that we will stick to the 2028 goal to phase out completely from lignite, which is still present in our production. Let me add that we have a program on the eco-islands. We want to green our islands, and as you know, we have many. They will be connected to the green grid by 2028, but currently what we want is to make them energy autonomous, to develop renewable energy sources, and they will benefit in that respect from the Just Transition Fund. Let me mention something extremely important that was mentioned by His Excellency.
And that's the last word, so, because I see Commissioner is on hold too.
Absolutely, yes.
Please.
I know very well Commissioner Potocnik. I have been working
I hope we'll have a second round of Q&As, although I'm not very certain about this.
Let me add something important that His Excellency has mentioned. Our ambition is to bring green electricity from Egypt through two important projects. One is the GREGI, Greece-Egypt, and the other is the GAP, interconnectors. These are cables undersea. They will bring green electricity produced in Egypt thanks to renewables, and they have a huge capacity. And this electricity will be through the Greek grid brought to the Bulgarian grid. We are interconnecting our grids. We are developing storage capacity, and in that respect, Greece will become also a green energy hub, in addition to the gas projects that we are developing with Bulgaria. We have also on the pipeline Alexandroupoli-Burgas. We have the C2C project, which is an extremely important to connect, that's my final word, to connect Thessaloniki, Kavala, Alexandroupolis, Burgas, Varna, Rus, Constanza, and ultimately Odessa, with a railway line. Railway is a green transport mode. This will be extremely important for the reconstruction of Ukraine the day after, and I hope soon we will be ready to start discussing the reconstruction of Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you for your patience. If you allow me just a few words, whom we are just about to listen to. That's the former European Commission on Science and Research, and then, of course, on environment, Yanis Potočnik, who is nowadays he's co-chair of Environment International Resource Panel. Commissioner, I know you're coming back from Bangkok. Tell us, how does Europe's green transition looks from this part of the world, and what are the newest trends? We are happy to have you on board with us.
Thank you, and dear friends, indeed, I'm chairing International Resource Panel, which is a science policy interface brought together on a global level to assess trends and impacts of resource use, future outlooks and solutions, of course. So my contribution will be more from this global and also European Union perspective. According to our science, resource use is at the root of our triple environmental crisis. Resources extraction and processing drive 90% of land-related biodiversity loss and water stress, half of greenhouse gas emissions, and 1/3 of health-related pollution impacts. The trends are alarming. Material use, which comprises everything extracted from the earth, has tripled since 1970. And without transformative change, it will double again by 2060. Resource use also harbors deep inequalities. High-income countries have benefited most and have driven the planetary crisis, while emerging and developing economies hold least responsibility and are facing the worst impacts. Central question we should ask is how to meet human needs and maximize our well-being in most energy and resource efficient way. For that, we would need to decouple our economic growth and well-being from the natural resource use and environmental impacts. And European Green Deal, it's clear about that, as mentioned by George. It is in its most quoted paragraph, we can find targets, I'm quoting, of reaching no net emissions of greenhouse gases in 2050, and where economic growth is decoupled from resource use. But it is interesting to see how much attention it's actually given to the goal related to no net emissions of greenhouse gases, and how the second part of the commitment, economic growth to be decoupled from resource use, is somehow set aside, rarely mentioned. It is only recently getting more attention, but again, only in the context of the need to reach the no net GHG emissions target, due to the acknowledgement that success of energy transition depends on securing the access to increase critical material needs. According to International Energy Agency, reaching net zero by 2050 will require about 6 times today critical mineral use in 2040, and electric vehicles use close to 10 times the material as conventional cars. Europe is fragile from energy and material security perspective. While securing supply is important, it will be also critical that we first carefully look at where and how we could reduce energy and material needs to strengthen strategic autonomy and increase Europe's resilience. For example, it would be in vain to decarbonize the production of steel, as important, of course, as that is, if it is used to produce underutilized cars or empty houses, which contribute to traffic and property market bubbles, but not to real social prosperity. Circular economy should be seen as an efficient instrument for delivering decoupling in practice. As well, as part of the bigger picture of economic, societal, and cultural transformation needed to deliver European Green Deal and SDGs. In efforts related to critical challenges, three major blind spots could be identified. First, the lack of holistic system change approach, silo logic, and the lack of capacity or knowledge how to translate system change visions into concrete policies and investments results many times in conflicting actions and policies that hinder the real systemic transformation. Second, by failing to go to the roots of the problem, addressing the fundamental drivers and pressures, we lack focus on natural resource use, as well as market signals leading consumers and producers' behavior. Our current system does not incentivize sustainable resource use. In fact, quite the opposite. And third, lack of demand-side focus, policy attention, also in climate efforts, it's mainly given to the supply side of the economy, to the cleaning of the existing economic system. It is lacking the attention to the demand consumption side. We must stop ignoring the inherent wastefulness of our production and consumption systems and ask the question who is exceeding the planetary boundaries and living out of the safe operating space. Efficiency should thus be complemented with sufficiency policies. The incoming IRP Global Resource Outlook 2024 will introduce some major methodological novelties. First, we will be looking at resource use through provisioning systems delivering essential human needs, food and nutrition, mobility, the built environment, water and sanitation, and energy. We must shift away from the prevailing resource wasteful economic approach based on maximizing the output of the sectors defined by GDP towards an economy that's efficiently meeting human needs and optimizing human well-being. The current logic is both ethically and ecologically unsustainable. This would also allow and incentivize the cross-sector innovation and shifts to a more future-fit business models. Second, we will complement supply with demand side and connect resource use to equity and justice implications. And third, responses chapter will call for a need of multilateral alignment on how to institutionalize resource use in our systems of governance, finance, trade, and across business on supply as well as on the demand side. To conclude, trying to maintain the current economic system and at the same time fixing the chronic triple planetary crisis, it's not consistent and creates a lot of confusion and also lobbying. Few basic shifts are needed. First, we must shift away from the prevailing economic logic, which puts humans in function of economic growth, towards an economy that is effectively meeting human needs. We need to set the order right. Second, we need to move from an economy considering humans as external and superior to nature to an economy acknowledging that we are embedded and part of nature. Destroying nature is destroying ourselves. Third, we need to move from an extraction-based production to a circular creation-based production. We should stop stimulating extraction-based economic success and rather reward the responsible, innovative, creative ways of meeting human needs. And finally, we must fix our governance structures and make them fit for purpose. Long-term sovereignty can only be protected through genuine, deep cooperation with the institutional reforms to match. Dear friends, access to and use of natural resources, land, water, oil and gas, minerals, or precious metals have been in human history always closely related to the level of well-being achieved by nations, but also to stability, security, conflicts, wars. The whole history of colonialization of nature was central also to fairness and equity. Lessons learned recently from the terrible war pandemic, the hottest summer since we started to record the temperature, are more than convincing to understand that changing our relationship with the rest of nature is ultimately not only environment, but also economic, equality, security, resilience imperative. This relationship is not stable nor balanced, and it will be resolved either with collective wisdom and effort or in a hard and very painful way, through conflicts, hunger, pandemics, migration. This is actually the choice we have. And this is the real question behind our sustainability efforts. I hope that this will be well recognized also when designing the follow-up of the European Green Deal vision. The future will be green, or there will be no future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your time. We really hope that next year we might see you here in person. Сега се обръщам към най-важните участници в днешното събитие. За съжаление, винаги за партньори.
I will now turn to our partners and sponsors. I believe that as representatives of the industry, your comments on what we just heard today are key. And now I'd like to give the floor to the representative of ProCredit Bank, a bank which has indeed been the leader in sustainable funding and financing. I was impressed by everything that this bank has been doing, not only today, but at the time when all these topics were more theory than reality. And that's why I'd like to give the floor now to Ms. Camelia Miniver, the Executive Director of ProCredit Bank. Having heard George Kremlis, I'd like to ask you, as a regional bank, what are your successful methods which you can use in Bulgaria, something you've seen in Greece or Romania, and which can readily be used in your operations in Bulgaria? Thank you. First of all, allow me to say that it's a pleasure for us to attend this event for the second year running. And on your question, Greece is definitely a very interesting market. We have a branch in Thessaloniki. One of our latest projects that we funded there was in energy generation from photovoltaic facilities. The project is for 100 megawatt, but what's more interesting is that 6 energy entities are involved. This is a very different approach, and we see that it works in Greece. The type of ownership is what makes the difference. These energy communities involve more than 500 local families and producers. In Greece, the regulatory framework is in place, and the policies allow for such projects to be funded by the local people and not by large investors. And the profits generated remain in the local community. That is why the benefits of such an investment are not only limited to being a green investment, but also on multiplying the social impact. So much for our experience in Greece. On ProCredit Bank and what we do, and the role of the financial sector in this green transition and the sustainability we have been talking about. Indeed, yes, our DNA includes green transition and sustainability. We started with the first green loans in 2006, at the time when it was still not such a key topic. And the financial sector is very close to business and consumers. We have daily contacts with them. The investments of banks can be an incentive for this transition. Our bank and others are more focused on energy-efficient projects, green buildings, automated machinery, a new approach to agriculture. And this would make the transition much easier, and business will be more competitive both locally and internationally. In the last years, most of you know, the banking sector has been rather liquid. The terms and conditions we offer are better than the Western Europe. So business could implement projects and get funding for them. And this is what's so important about banks. We need to talk what banks do not fund, and this is key in the green transition. Our bank does not invest into plastic products for primary use, the single-use products. We pay attention to labor conditions when we fund an investment, and this is precisely what is key. Banks should be more restrictive and assess each investment not only on whether it's green and what the financial outcome would be, but take into account the transition as such. That is the broader picture. Concerning sustainability, it's important to say that the funds are there. But for most financial tools and programs which banks use when having access to international institutions, there is this requirement of the 30% going to green investments. Business must understand that and must pay more attention to the carbon footprint. And business must try to bring it down to a minimum. And let me announce that the ProCredit Bank is now negotiating on such financial instruments which would amount to 2 billion lev in 6 specific areas for the next few years. The requirement for the green investment is still in place, and we want to know not only what the European taxonomy covers, but other aspects like social operations, which they contribute to locally. The investments should not take place in protected areas, be it a green investment is not, being as a green investment is not sufficient. So we do have something to offer. Finally, now we're running out of time. It's important to share our experience, because in our day-to-day communication with clients, when we offer new products, when we discuss the problems that our clients encounter, it's good to share our personal experience, the investments in the last few years and the measures we implement, either talking about our headquarters, which is carbon neutral. Over 10% of e-vehicles were funded by us last year. We built more than 100 charging stations in Bulgaria and Greece. So our own example and leading by example is important. And we do that in our daily communication dialogue with business. So if we take these steps, if the business community does that as well, the transition in Bulgaria can be successful and take less time. Thank you, Kamalia.
Now, time has crushed us, but we need to hear from the businesses. This is why I'm not going to make a detailed introduction of the following participant, who has a very just place on this panel as a representative of Eurohold, the company developing the biggest PV installation in Bulgaria. But I'm going to provoke you with the following request. Please give us the business viewpoint. Is the industry in Bulgaria satisfied with the energy strategies adopted by the Bulgarian government? And when are we going to have an efficient energy plan, not just a plan on paper? But please be brief. First of all, I will be very brief. I will only take 2 or 3 minutes of your time, because I can see that everyone is already tired, but they have stayed till the end and they will listen to what I have to say. And I hope there will not be a lot of angry people, but let us now say that the green transition in Bulgaria can be described in one word and one word alone: anarchy, and total anarchy at that. A year and a half ago, the president led the initiative for laying down an energy strategy, and he clearly mentioned today that in addition to this strategy, we need to have an action plan as well. And an action plan is something that Bulgaria does not have. We have no action plan whatsoever. So we haven't actually planned for the future. The strategy and the plan go hand in hand, and this will enable for us knowing in 5, 10, 15 years from now what share of our energy should be produced based on nuclear generation. I can see people smiling here, but the gentleman sitting in the front has long years of experience, and he knows that even during communist time there was stringent planning. We do not know how much of our energy will be produced by hydro in the coming years, and looking at the current state of play of certain hydro plants and certain dams, I don't know whether we will have an efficient capacity there. People say that we have projects in the pipeline for 40 gigawatts of energy projects. But how are we going to transit this energy? Are we going to use pigeons? Because currently our transit network has a capacity of only maximum 10 gigawatts. So this is just wishful thinking. And if so much energy is being generated, the system will be blocked. And I address this to Speaker Zhelyazkov. Anyone wishing to add PV capacities will block the system. There are people having projects for PV who are actually planning to later on send the land that has been given to them. So I'm not sure these PV capacity will be developed. Also, the wind capacity will not be developed because the best potential place for that is in the northeastern Bulgaria, close to Romania. But the Bulgarian government, or rather parliament, hasn't yet discussed with the Romanian parliament the offshore areas for wind generation. So no planning whatsoever in the energy sector in Bulgaria. Yes, thanks to our president, we did put some strategy in place, and that was that. I would like to now discuss two more key things. In Bulgaria, we have two diamonds in our energy sector, one of them being our nuclear energy, and we are leaders on the Balkans by nuclear. We have great experts, excellent ones. This was the first nuclear power plant on the Balkans, and we are intentionally killing it. And if we continue doing so, you can plan 0% coming from nuclear after 10 years, and we will lose all our experts. If within the next 12 months Bulgaria fails to set up a body that will be in charge of planning the development of the nuclear energy sector and the introduction of new reactors, there is no way forward. We made a present to specific companies, selecting them without competitions to build the second power plant, but there is no nuclear power plant globally that has been constructed without the support of the government. It would be like offering somebody the chance to build parking spaces next to your house and having no contract with them. So without planning, we are going to kill this sector, and we're heading there quickly and surely. I heard Mr. Bogdanov here speaking about batteries and everyone else speaking about batteries. Bulgaria has the biggest battery on the Balkans, 864 megawatts in a battery capacity, in the form of a pumped storage hydroelectric power plant. This equals the capacity of 2 nuclear blocks in the Kozloduy, and it is just sitting there not working. So we are just keeping the biggest battery sitting there and getting demolished. I haven't heard of anyone planning to fund its restoration. And this is an eternal battery. When you have water, you produce and then you store it. Now we're talking about chemical batteries whose life cycle is 5 to 7 years. And they are just used to set off the peak production. I'm an engineer, and there are many other engineers here who would say that they have a life cycle of 1,000 cycles, and after that they're dead. And after that, what would we do these batteries? I had calculated that we would need 6,000 lorries to transport them after their life ends. Yes, indeed, batteries are a great solution to set off the peak production for 1 or 2 hours, but this is not a cellar where you just keep electricity. So in planning, going back to planning, I haven't yet heard of any experts saying that in Bulgaria we have this capacity and that capacity. We have the pumped storage hydroelectric power plant. We can generate this percentage from that, the other percentage from the other. We need to also plan internally what we are going to use as consumption during the different times in the day and during the different seasons. So much criticism from me, but energy is going to the bottom, to the rock bottom, unless we take measures. And I have a suggestion to make here. Probably it could be under the auspices of the Speaker of Parliament or the President or both. So let's set up an energy board consisting of 3 or 4 people and committees under it who can sit together, do the research, work out a strategy that needs to be passed by Parliament in the form of a law, because our governments change once every 3 months, once every 6 months, and each coming government should be obliged to provide continuity. And we can ensure that if we lay this strategy down in a law, because in 10 years from now, we will be sitting in a heap of junk photovoltaics that are out of life. In 10 years, banks will be wondering how to achieve the return on their investments in photovoltaics. We run the risk of having the PV energy becoming very cheap, and its production is reduced only to the daytime. I heard only Mr. Kremlis here speaking in figures. He demonstrated that Greece is a neighboring country. They have clear plans, and they are well aware what they can achieve and need to achieve. This is valid for Romania, for Serbia, for Turkey. And from a leader, we will simply become a market for energy produced in other countries. And because we are discussing competitiveness today, a competitive person is somebody who has a competitive edge ahead of the others and who can offer their product at a lower price. So much from me. And to make this conference meaningful, I believe that we need to come out with a proposal to have the president or the parliament make such a body. The president runs better chances of staying in office for the coming 3 years. I'm sorry for Mr. Zhelaskov, but you stand very small chance to stay in office for the coming years. And I'm not saying that to make a joke. At least Mr. Ivanov is here, and when he steps down from the position of chairperson of the energy regulator, he can become the leader of this board. Because in the current situation, nothing works well, including the the energy regulator. So much from me, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Christoph. Having the Speaker of Parliament here, we can ask him to respond directly to these specific proposals that you put down on top of your criticism that is well grounded. Mr. Zhelaskov, regardless of the length of your term of office, could you make such a commitment to set up such a body that will have its positive practical implications? Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Christoph. This forum did need to hear from you because you made up, sober up, and it was good hearing that. It's good when we get feedback from the businesses, this feedback being addressed to the institutions, but also containing specific proposals. It was great because you offered to us a number of arguments that we have been hearing in the public discourse. And these arguments sometimes produce populism and make other voices being heard. And populism thrives where we have skepticism and fear and apprehension, and where social justice is being used as a coin. So we can overcome all this by providing security and security in the form of a feeling that what is being done is not being done just for its own sake, but to produce benefits. And these benefits need to be explained to the society in a user-friendly language in order to overcome skepticism. There is an answer to all these issues that you raised, and thank you for your suggestions to how to overcome the deficit of planning and sustainable planning that will cover decades. Thank you, Mr. Christoph. We have planned to have the Minister of Energy on our agenda, but somebody's telling me that he will not be present. Thank you all for the specific topics that you covered that will be developed further by the experts that will be members of the next panels. Before I pass over to the final panelist, I would like to stress that I fully agree with the Speaker of Parliament and with Mr. Stoyanov that we need to discuss specific things when we discuss this topic, and we need plans. Several words we will hear from the representative of Visa, Ms. Krasimira Raicheva. We don't have enough time, but I would like to give you a chance to speak about digital payments. And I have one last question for you. How does a global company such as Visa help individuals to rethink their personal contribution to the green transition? Because we spoke at length about governments and about policies, but we didn't speak about the end users who can also contribute to the green transition. So how can Visa help? Thank you. Thank you to the audience. We heard a lot of interventions on energy strategies, energy projects. However, I don't know how many of you got to thinking how digital payments that are the core of Visa's business contribute to sustainable development of our societies. And let me mention something in parentheses. Imagine the carbon footprint of the production of cash. Imagine the carbon footprint of the transiting of this cash from point A to point B. So in view of digital payments, they contribute to sustainability, but they also contribute to reducing shadow economy, and they contribute to better collection. According to research, 10%, by increasing digital payments by 10%, we reduce shadow economy by 4%. So where does Bulgaria stand? Our research shows that in Bulgaria, only 20% of the consumer costs are paid digitally. The rest is paid in cash. I'm far from making an attempt to compare Bulgaria with countries such as Sweden and Norway that are almost cashless, but we are very much below the average European as well. During the COVID years, digitization was encouraged significantly. Customers started paying digitally more and more often, and this is positive. On top of that, I would like to mention that another catalyst factor was the project to launch a card-based payment project in the urban transport of Sofia that we did together with the Sofia municipality. Where do we stand? Regarding the payment terminals, 16 persons per 1,000. This is the number of terminals in Bulgaria. In Europe, the average is much higher. So 16 terminals per 1,000 individuals. Last year, we started offering stimuli to the SMEs to use cashless payments predominantly. We have many other projects, some of them in partnership with ProCredit Bank and other banks from the banking system in Bulgaria. We introduced cards produced from biodegradable materials, and this was an additional stimulus. So our green-minded clients have a chance now to use an app in their mobile devices, calculating the carbon footprint of each payment that they make. And in conclusion, I'm tempted to mention one thing in the presence of representatives of the government and the legislature. Taking cue from the good practices implemented in our neighboring countries such as Greece and Romania, I would like to mention that we need a law to encourage the reduction of the cash-based payments. At present, the ceiling is 10,000, and there is a proposal submitted to Parliament to reduce this ceiling down to 5,000 Bulgarian lev. So my appeal is to pass this legislation as quick as possible. Also, we need the government to make the government institutions to make it possible to receive payments by cards in their systems. Thank you, Ms. Raicheva. I think that Mr. Zhelaskov is compiling a long list of legislation that they will have to pass in this parliament. I would like to thank all the panelists who were on our panel, and thank you to the audience for staying. I hope that you have taken the third strong coffee for the day so that you can be well awake to stay for the presentation of our keynote speaker, Mr. Ivan Krstev. He will speak on the topic that we touched upon. He's somebody who is being constantly published in Politico and in New York Times, and he found time in his hectic agenda to come and discuss this important topic here, and we can step down as panelists.
Програмата за пестене на време, която може би е не по-малко важна от тази за пестене на
We need also, apart from an energy-saving program, a time-saving program too. This was a long and very interesting panel. I'm not an expert on the topic, but I will try to outline 4 issues which are perhaps linked to what we are talking. When you plan a government or a business, where do you think you should focus? And where is the place of the Bulgarian citizen? The Bulgarian Council on Foreign Policy will soon publish a large-scale report based on a survey as to how people react to the Green Deal. But let me share with you 4 items on that. First of all, people have very clear fears and very unclear hopes. If you ask people what they're concerned about, they'll very clearly say they're worried about higher cost of services, of products. No doubt about that. If you ask them what they expect, of course, there are expectations of new employment. However, the feeling is that they may not benefit. I'm saying this because one of the things which is politically not going to work within the green transition is if you neglect the fears. People have many, many fears indeed. People are worried about climate catastrophe, economic benefits, which would have more of a paralyzing than mobilizing effect. So if you assume that people will be scared and change their way of life or way of manufacturing, based on what I saw in the survey, is not going to yield fruit. It is not going to yield fruit because, paradoxically, and this is true of the whole of Europe, it's a fact most of the societies think their governments managed the crisis pretty well. That is the COVID crisis, the economic consequences of the war. However, this does not improve the trust, the confidence in the government. And I was trying to figure out for myself, people who assume their government is doing well does not give these governments more trust. And you would agree with me probably. Before the crisis, the government kept saying all the time, there's no money. Then the crisis came. The crisis came, and there was a lot of money. Money was simply flooding us. And this means if we do not explain clearly what's going on with this money, where the money goes, people start feeling afraid. At the beginning, the money gave people an opportunity to survive, but this is no longer the case. And I'm saying this because a lot has been said. Bulgaria will pay a price that it did not have regular governments over the years. And this is here not the time to discuss how the caretaker governments worked and what they did and what they didn't do. The situation is identical to the online schooling. Children like online schooling, but when the test comes, you see that there are gaps. And what I missed in this conversation was the factor of time. We must understand that we live in a world when something which appears to be meaningful on Monday is no longer meaningful on Thursday. Postponing some decisions and some policies in a competitive environment does not allow the same effect to be achieved as planned. Something else which is typical of Bulgaria and the whole of Eastern Europe, to be frank, is the following. I'm sure you've heard it before, but there is a big division among the people who are afraid of the end of the world and others who fear the end of the month. In Bulgaria, the people who fear the end of the month is a much bigger share of people. And no matter what long-term or positive impact of the Green Deal you explain to these people, it is important to react to this fear. Usually, the shorter term, the fear, the better the impact of measures. And psychologists have said it a long time ago. People react to negative news, but they forget negative experience much faster. So you will hear that people are worried when hearing the bad news is that they were paralyzed. They were paralyzed by COVID, and people will now forget very soon about COVID. So the negative experience should be enough to mobilize political support. And to hope for that, however, it's not realistic. And something else that impressed me when looking at the numbers. In Western Europe, green policies is a generational issue. Even when you look at who voted for green parties, etc., the big dividing line is your date of birth. People below 30 are the ones who are less informed about the Green Deal. And from that point of view, in Bulgaria, there's no natural, publicly acceptable group that would support classical green policies, regardless of the area where these classic green policies are to be implemented, which makes it hard for politicians. They cannot claim that their policy meets some pressure from the society. And when this pressure exists, it's apocalyptic. People say it's too late, nothing can be done. And of course, if people assume nothing can be done, then it will not be done. I'm saying all this because I promised to be very brief. So it is not possible to do any kind of economic planning if you do not try to imagine the reaction of people. People are not a passive consumer of policies. And a social information and political reality is key. In Bulgaria, there is no political division as such concerning the Green Deal. And strangely enough, this is one of the reasons that people are not so informed about it. After hearing the speakers in this very interesting panel, I remember an old joke which kind of sums up the situation, and this will save time. In the late 80s, the militia arrested a man in front of the Kremlin who was throwing away leaflets. And then when they arrested the man, it turned out that the leaflets were blank. There was no text. And when asked why, he said, well, everything's clear. What should I write in my leaflets? Thank you.
Така, вече би трябвало да...
Good morning and welcome to the second panel of today's event. It is titled Energy Security in Central and Eastern Europe. As you see, the panelists, they can cover all topics from the resources to transmission and pricing. And finally, we will hopefully understand how energy security in the region will be guaranteed and the steps we need to take to achieve this end. We would like to answer these questions. The questions are not easy, but I am sure that given the experts sitting on both of my sides, we'll find some answers. Of course, strategies of this sort take time. They should cover all stakeholders, and this would be the only way to achieve our goals. Once again, I would like to thank the organizers and all the partners of today's event. No doubt, this is the most significant event in this region, probably in Europe as well. There are many speakers representing key stakeholders, different countries. We are also going to discuss key issues. We're talking about the price each of us will pay in our own transition, and that is why we start the debates from the starting point, that is, energy security is our starting point. It's a great pleasure that the first speaker is my colleague from the European Parliament, Mr. Radan Kunev. He is a member of several of the parliamentary committees, but probably the most important one for today's event is environment, food safety. We see you. I don't know whether you see us, but I hope you hear us as well. The first question I want to ask you is the following. When we talk about the green transition and energy security, very often in Bulgaria and many other countries, many other member states as well, we talk about the role of the coal industry. What are specifically the commitments that Bulgaria has made, and alongside other co-dependent countries, what are the commitments that these countries have made vis-à-vis the European institutions, and what should their role be in the transition? Giving up the coal industry will probably have an impact on the competitiveness and energy mix of Bulgaria. Another important country in this context is, I assume, Poland. So can you be more specific? In the Bulgarian plan of resilience and recovery, there was a specific plan to supply thermal power plants with gas. Do you think this is the way forward? First of all, thank you for the opportunity to take part in this event. I regret that I cannot be there in person. I would have loved to be there with you. On your question, first of all, comparing Bulgaria to Poland is pretty risky, a pretty risky exercise in the energy sector. In Poland, the share of coal in the energy mix is between 70 and 75%, both lignite and black coal. And there are no alternatives. The only generators in Poland are the coal-fired power plants. And there is a large share of imported coal there as well, which is not the case in Bulgaria. And given the climate in Poland, there are also renewables, mainly wind, but not only. And the construction of wind park is only comparable to the speed of building wind parks in Germany. On the other hand, Bulgaria is a nuclear country in a large share of nuclear energy in its energy mix, respectively energy security. So this is a topic which will be discussed in the course of today's conference, but there is a relatively stable consensus in the community, in the political circles, in the society in general, that the nuclear energy will remain important in the Bulgarian energy mix. So Bulgaria is not that dependent on coal. And certainly coal is not a strategic resource for Bulgaria. And there is something else we need to make very clear. The topic of coal generation is now very much influenced by the politics. Things are not getting any better now. On the contrary, this issue is now related to our civilizational choice, and the series of elections we've been through made this issue pretty risky. We have to understand that all the coal-fired plants in Bulgaria result into higher price of energy because of the emissions. This is no secret, but it is probably not well understood. So this is the most expensive energy in the Bulgarian mix. So from that point of view, the coal-fired energy is not justified. And it's no coincidence that outside the political populism, there is a clear consensus among the experts. Of course, they do not say it to camera, but they know that the coal-fired plants are not a good option, that renewables are the way to go. And Mr. Christoph mentioned it as well. So the pump storage is key for Bulgaria. This is an issue which needs to be not only discussed, but a lot needs to be done in order for this very important original facility, extremely important in the new situation, in the new environment, and of course providing energy security. Why coal is such an important topic? For two reasons. One is the social and economic reason, the future of the regions beyond the generation of electricity there, and energy security. In other words, the availability of energy for the base load. At the moment, to a large extent, this generation provides the balancing power in order to increase the green energy in the energy mix. So we need to think of the market realities in the energy sector. The commitments to close down the energy sector have not been made by Bulgaria, but there are economic factors which very soon will make the coal-fired sector economically unjustifiable. I'm not going to speak about the obvious at the moment. What is clear is that because of its high price, the coal energy is subject to various types of state subsidy. The American power plants, as they are known, will no longer get subsidies after 24 or 26, respectively, once the current contracts expire. So there are two options for the period when the balance between nuclear energy, renewable energy, and the possibilities for energy storage will not be available. So we either have to opt for more nuclear energy or to make sure that coal remains a stable presence in the Bulgarian energy sector after 2024. What the Bulgarian media do not mention, and the European and other media give it a prominent place, is the following. The design of the energy sector and Directive 943/19 concerns long-term contracts up to 25. The Swedish presidency yesterday proposed that the ban be in place so that the coal-dependent countries not to become subject to the lock-in effect, that is, to be locked into new gas supplies contracts. Greece, Romania, Poland, to a large extent, planned to increase their gas import over time and then supply the coal-fired plants with gas. In the current political situation, we all understand that this is a lasting trend. It is not a temporary event. So we know that to fund new gas-fired projects and create the long-term dependence to a fuel whose price is unpredictable is, in my view, quite absurd. Bulgaria must make all efforts to find the way, the reason to support the proposal of the Swedish presidency and go back to our capacity so that after 25, under certain conditions, following a specific timeline, and all other conditions we can come up with, we need to preserve the possibility to balance our market with coal energy, at least up to the 30s. And finally, adopt the territorial plans for a just transition and start implementing a policy of the industrial transformation of the coal-dependent regions, specifically the Maritsa Basin. The dependence on coal there is enormous. We cannot afford to stick our heads in the sand like ostrich birds. Let us be braver and make this region a leader in the new industries which are on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Kunev. These are very serious issues. I really appreciate what you focused on, namely yesterday's meeting of the energy ministers of the European Union and the suggestion of Sweden, the proposal for more flexibility and some delays, which would allow the countries which are still very dependent on coal to make sure they still preserve their energy security, but also prices there to be affordable for consumers. So you raise a number of issues which are indeed focused on our main goal, namely adequate, accessible, fair prices for consumers and industry, which automatically takes us to our next panelist, namely Associate Professor Ivanov. I don't think you need an introduction. You have been chairing one of the most important regulators in Bulgaria, namely the Commission for Energy and Water Regulation. So my question will certainly not surprise you. It was raised by Mr. Kunev as well. We have been discussing this on a number of occasions, namely the power supply market reform. It is at the moment prepared within the European Union. Pricing is very important there. Do we need to look into the future by operating on long-term contracts which would guarantee us a more stable price of energy? Until recently, our situation has changed. In the last couple of years, the situation changed dramatically. So this discussion aims at providing more clarity and predictability. So what is the position of this country? Would this be an alternative to the regulated market in Bulgaria? What is the future of this market? But I know you are the person to answer these questions, numerous as they may be.
Thank you, Ms. Penkova. It is true that Mr. Kunev touched on several issues relating to the new structure of energy market in the EU. I will take you from the last thing that you mentioned because it falls within the mandate of the energy regulator. Namely, this is the topic of the availability of a regulated energy market and the period within which this regulated market will be fully liberalized in Bulgaria. Regulated market is in essence a very strong and powerful tool ensuring security and predictability of prices for all participants in the market, both the households and the small businesses. This was very visible back in 2022 when the prices at the regulated market were kept stable throughout the year, whereas the liberalized market saw megawatt hour costing beyond 1,000 Bulgarian lev. In Bulgaria, we have planned, or there are talks to put an end to the regulated market in 2025. This cannot happen because at the end of 2022, the National Assembly adopted a decision by which the regulated market will be kept by the end of 2025 without indicating when we can expect a full liberalization. There are, however, two reasons for which the regulated market cannot be removed before that. The first reason is the requirement set out by the European Commission to protect the energy vulnerable and energy poor. And by energy poverty, Bulgaria ranks among the first in the European Union. In other words, first of all, we need a clear definition of what energy poverty is, set the criteria for energy poverty, and then take measures to protect the households that are at risk of being energy poor, offering to them tariffs that are by 30% lower than the general ones. And also we need to provide to those people support for replacing their household appliances or retrofitting their houses, etc. The Bulgarian Commission stated that Bulgaria can move on to fully liberalize its market only once the long-term contracts for electricity buyout have expired, and we have two such contracts, one of them expiring in February 2024 and the second one in 2026. When these two conditions are cumulatively available, then Bulgaria can move on to fully liberalize its market, and then the functions of the regulator will boil down to ensuring protection to the energy poor, one, and two, continue to set the prices for the grid services because The transit and distribution grids or networks in Bulgaria are a natural monopoly. Concerning the energy market in Bulgaria and in the EU, at present, the European Union has two priorities. First of all, to ensure an accelerated increase of the share of renewables in the energy mix. There are proposals to make sure that by 2030 we triple the capacity of renewables. And the second priority is to phase out the role of natural gas as a main energy source, and or rather as a transitional fuel. The reasons behind these two priorities have to do with the recent developments, especially with the war in Ukraine, that demonstrated that the European countries are relatively poor in natural sources and are hence much more vulnerable and exposed to the risk of drastic changes in the current situation, especially when we're dependent on sources coming from countries that are totalitarian by nature. The renewables themselves are the most powerful local energy source that can be used throughout the European Union. And if you allow me, I would like to finish off by mentioning the following. To make renewable energy well affordable, we need to continue building renewables capacity, and we need to couple that with the accelerated development of the transit network. So infrastructure is one, distribution is another, generation is a third thing, and all these three elements should go hand in hand. Also, we needn't forget the necessity to build storage systems. For the base loads, the pumped storage is key. So we need to allocate the financial resources to renew the existing pumped storage capacity. For the renewables, we might consider batteries as well, and we need to consider the accelerated connectivity with the neighboring countries. Thank you, Associate Professor Ivanov. As usual, you offered us a detailed viewpoint. I have been discussing this matter with a number of experts in the energy sector, and everyone has been raising the question of reviving the pump storage facility. That's key indeed. I would like to thank you for what you achieved as a regulator in the past 2 years. There were some unprecedented events in different parts of Europe, including in Sweden. Liberalized market, the electricity bills in the different regions of the country were quite different, and this created social tensions. So in such situations, it is indeed good to be able to rely on a well-functioning regulator. Thank you for this acknowledgement. I just wanted to mention that the new structure of the market in the European Union would require additional functions on behalf of the regulator, and the network for cooperation of the national regulators to overcome unfair cross-border competition. In other words, the regulatory functions will be redesigned throughout Europe. We will be following these developments, and we hope very much to be able to rely on your expertise in the future. I raised the topic of the regions and the instability in these regions. You mentioned the geopolitical influences as well, and this brings me to our next panelist. It is my great pleasure to introduce President Tadic, who was President of the Republic of Serbia for 2 terms of office. Thank you, President Tadic, for being with us. I have the following question for you. It concerns the region.
It's just going to be easier. So when we speak about the Central and Eastern European region, we have to be aware that it includes EU members and members that are not yet part of the European Union. When we speak about Serbia, North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Albania, I know that a lot has been done for the green and for the energy transition. So do you see the situation that we're speaking about countries part of the EU and not part of the EU as a challenge or as an opportunity? Like, how can we work together to ensure the energy security in our region? Because this is a big question we need to be posing in forums like that. And if you just allow me to extend the question, because I think it's logical here when we're speaking about those things, we cannot ignore the geopolitical influence. It has already been presented by Mr. Ivanov in the whole aspect of the energy sector. Like when we're speaking about different suppliers, is there a real possibility to have energy independence in the region?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And the politics, in substance of politics, is also energy. I mean, the food security, energy security, this is substance of politics. And whenever we are thinking about politics, we have to take into consideration geopolitical aspects. And in that context, we have to think seriously about energy. We are in transition process in terms of energy consumption and energy production. We are going towards green transition, but in the Western Balkans we are not that fast and not that ambitious because we are still very much depend on the coal as a main resource in energy production. And Serbia is the 6th ranking state in the world in terms of dependence on coal. We are producing approximately 70% of our electricity from the coal. In the past, that was the main advantage of Serbia, but now they take into consideration developing and the technological improvement. We are in a problematic situation. We are stuck in that position, and we are not changing things fast enough. The same situation is in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I have to add to that we don't have any commitments to reduce electricity production from the coal because we don't have a real alternative right now. Now we are coming to the geostrategical issues. As the President of Serbia, I was trying to do a lot in terms of diversification of the energy suppliers, and especially in terms of gas. In that time we were thinking about how to bring gas from Russia. Nowadays, after war in Ukraine, every European Union country is trying to decrease dependence on Russia and Russian energy, and this is bringing Serbia in a difficult situation because we are not yet the part of the member of the countries that are participating in the process to bring gas from Azerbaijan. I was trying to increase that political procedure and to make this faster and more efficient, especially because of good relations with that country. But nowadays I see kind of progress. This is very good. But when we are thinking about diversification and geopolitical issue, we have to think from where we can bring energy. We have a limited resources. This is Russia. That was always in the past. I'm talking about gas. This is Azerbaijan right now. This is potentially Israel and maybe Turkey, maybe Cyprus, depend on who is owning the gas reserves in the Mediterranean Sea, and this is Egypt. But this is about to build infrastructure also, which is not well developed right now. In the future, I hope that we can bring in that club also Turkmenistan, which has a significant deposit of gas and the deposits of gas that can be exploded in a relatively cheap price. But we don't have a more alternative. LNG terminals in Greece are very important. I see ambitions of Croatia to build that on the island Kirk. And in that respect, we have to think also about geopolitics regarding European Union. Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Albania, Northern Macedonia, and Montenegro are not member states of European Union. You are member states like Romania and Greece. And my plan was to join European Union, but unfortunately during my terms I couldn't deliver that. But now I'm coming to a very critical issue, whether Serbia is going to become member state of European Union. So many things are making influence on that, and to be very frank with you, I hope, but I'm not sure. If Serbia is going to be member state of European Union, which means Bosnia is going to be member state of European Union because of Serbia has a huge impact on policy in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I mean, energy policy can be somehow in accordance with the European Union strategy in terms of green transition and reducing emission of CO2. If Serbia is not going to be member state of European Union, which is very much dependent on Kosovo issue, I have to mention this, we have a maybe new development and new alternatives, and this is a very critical moment. In that respect, I'm always criticizing my European friends when they are trying to impose unsustainable solutions on Kosovo, because this is not only political solution, this is also energy solution. And if we are thinking in the wider perspective, in geopolitics, we have to take into consideration all those elements. I would like to see such development, such procedure. The Serbia and Bosnia and whole region are going to be integrated in the European Union, and we have a sharing economy in terms of energy, not only in terms of energy, but also in terms of all aspects of economy that are very, very much important for our sustainable economy and development. And I would like to see such development in our region. But to be very frank with you, after everything what happened, after current situation, current development in terms of Kosovo and negotiations about that, I'm not sure. Now I'm coming to the energy and as a substance. We are very much dependent on coal, like Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bosnia-Herzegovina is producing, I think, 60% of energy from the coal. Serbia, 70%. We have hydropower plants, 2 main power plants, but also we have capacity to build new hydropower plants specifically for reversible hydropower plants that are very important in terms of stability of production and consumption. But the problem is how to protect the environment. I see there is no any more optimism and ambitious to build new hydropower plants, and the whole Europe and the modern world is going more towards solar and wind, and also modular nuclear small power plants. Even though I don't see such development in the region, I see Bulgaria and Hungary working on the classic nuclear power plants, but maybe this is a solution for my country. My country is also facing with other problems. This is forbidden to build, after Chernobyl, nuclear power plant in Serbia. Without nuclear energy, we don't have solutions in the future. This is my assessment to that issue. And in that respect, because we are living in an interdependent world, especially in the region, in terms of environment protection, in terms of the issue of the regulating climate processes and the situation with that. I think that we need a more cohesion and interaction in terms of energy production and political cooperation in that respect. I think this is Bulgarian interest to have Serbia as a member state of European Union, not only because of political issues, because of security issues, but because of energy issue. Bulgaria and Serbia is right now going to be even more interdependent because of you are going to finish interconnector, which is going to provide a better position for Serbia to bring gas from Azerbaijan's gas pipeline to Serbia. This is very good, and this is crystal clear that we have to be kind of coalition partners in that respect. But I see so many challenges right now. I see so many challenges right now, and I hope in the reasonable period of time, in the next 5 to 10 years, we can solve all those problems and to find solution for such as challenges.
Thank you. You did put ahead of us many topics and questions to think about.
Sorry for that.
No, that's, you saw the reaction of the audience. I think it was well appreciated. I think it's very clear that you have the support from Bulgaria for the Western Balkans to be joining the European Union. We've been very, very clear on that position. And we're going to keep supporting you. Of course, we know that on the road there are a lot of negotiation parts, but I'm sure with the common efforts, as you've said, we're going to manage to continue on that path. In terms of you've called it interdependence, I would call it connectivity when we speak about energy transmission, because you're right, we have to be speaking about the connectivity in the region when we are discussing all those topics in the future. You've put on the table the fact that we have to be thinking about alternatives and where they're coming from. Whatever is possible or not, it depends on the situation we're put into. Like Turkmenistan currently is developing a plan for a pipeline under the Caspian Sea. So this was something that was not on the table 2 years ago. So the different challenges and situations, they do create opportunities. I'm gonna introduce with pleasure the next speaker, because the name of his country has been mentioned several times already. So it is a good pleasure to have here with us Your Excellency Husseinov, the Ambassador of Azerbaijan, quite a key and important country for the region. Of course, the first question, which has already been posed here, is: can you please inform us about the capacity and the potential of Azerbaijan, and what is the strategy of Baku to become one of the key players and suppliers of natural gas in the region of Central and Eastern Europe?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished panelists, dear participants, with regard to your question about the reserves of natural gas of Azerbaijan, the proven natural gas reserves of Azerbaijan are equal to 2.6 trillion cubic meters, which is enough for the next 100 years for export and internal consumption of the country. Actually, Azerbaijan has been delivering its energy sources to the European market for the past 17 years, and for which almost 2 decades, which deliveries are carried out without any disruption, any violation of contract rules, and any political agenda behind. So with that, Azerbaijan proved itself as a reliable and trusted partner, especially in this region. In the region of Central and Eastern European. You know that for the time being, the gas coming from Shah Deniz gas field of Azerbaijan through the Southern Gas Corridor, which has a length of 3,500 kilometers, covering the territories of 7 nations, namely Georgia, Turkey, Greece, Albania, Italy, and through Greece it goes to Bulgaria for the interconnector. Within EU-Azerbaijan energy dialogue, last year the government of Azerbaijan signed a memorandum of understanding with the European Commission on doubling of capacity of deliveries from Azerbaijan to the European Union. So it should be increased from the current 16 BCM cubic meters of TANAP capacity to 32, and from 10 BCM of capacity of Trans-Adriatic pipeline to 20 BCM. But of course, for that we need the solidarity approach. We need political decisions, concrete technical steps, and financial contribution, because the capacity of Southern Gas Corridor in its different segments are different, and that's why we need technical improvement and, as I have already mentioned, financial contribution. This year in April, Bulgaria initiated signing of Solidarity Ring project, where the energy ministers from 5 countries participated in a project aimed at expansion of free gas deliveries from Caspian Sea to the European market, namely the countries it's Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia. Moldova has already expressed its interest to Solidarity Ring initiative, and there is a possibility to extend the gas supplies from Azerbaijan through the territory of Moldova to Ukraine as well. And for the time being, Romania has already received 300 million cubic meters of Azerbaijani gas during the first quarter of this year. And according to the agreement between Romgaz and Sokar, state oil company of Azerbaijan, Romania is expected to receive about up to 1 BCM cubic meters until the end of April 2024. Hungary recently agreed delivery of 1 million cubic meters of Azerbaijani gas, which should be shipped to Hungary close to the end of this year, and it could pave the way for next about 2 BCM deliveries of Azerbaijani cubic meters of Azerbaijani gas to Hungary. And as it was mentioned by distinguished ex-president of Serbia, Mr. Tadic, upon the completion of interconnector Bulgaria-Serbia, Serbia will also start to receive Azerbaijani gas. But together with fossil fuels and just natural gas and oil, Azerbaijani government started to actively exploring and developing and producing green energy. And together with the leading companies dealing with green energy issues, green transition issues, we signed contracts and memorandum of understandings with Emirates, Masdar, Saudi Arabia, Aqua, British Petroleum, and other leading companies for investment into the solar and wind energy and production of 25 gigawatt of energy from solar and wind. And our intention is to export 4 gigawatt of electricity to European market via submarine cable under the Black Sea. Just would like to sound some data information about the potential of renewable energy sources which are economically viable and technically feasible and are estimated 27,000 megawatt, including 3,000 megawatt of wind energy and 23,000 megawatt of solar energy. And the World Bank has assessed Azerbaijan's offshore wind technical resource at 35 gigawatt in shallow waters and 122 gigawatt in deep waters. So with that huge potential of renewables, of course we are capable to valuably contribute to the energy security of the Europe and in particular this region. Thank you.
Gained quite a lot of information about the different contracts and things we are going to be expecting in terms of partnership with Azerbaijan in the future. If you just allow me one follow-up question, because you've mentioned the submarine power cable from Azerbaijan to Romania through the Black Sea. Can you elaborate on that a bit more? Because this is probably something interesting for the audience and not the very typical conversations we're usually having.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, last December in Bucharest, the ministers of energies of Romania, Romania, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, they signed a memorandum in presence of the president of Azerbaijan and the president of the European Commission on export of electricity from offshore wind, offshore farms of the Caspian Sea sector of Azerbaijan to Romania. It was initially supposed to export 1 gigawatt of electricity, but when it was revealed the huge potential of Azerbaijan, it's mainly its offshore potential, it was decided by the government of Azerbaijan to export 4 gigawatt of electricity to Romania. It should be considered in a more broader way because it was already mentioned the name of Turkmenistan here. So in the future, Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan can also be the part of this project. And it's not just a cable connecting to coast of Black Sea. It's about the huge energy potential of Caspian Sea, which can be bringing to the European market, namely to Romania. And Bulgarian government also expressed its interest. We received a letter from the Ministry of Energy of Bulgaria, and of course Azerbaijan, very welcome, with intention of Bulgaria to be the part of this project. It means that if in the past we could change the energy map of Europe by oil and gas pipelines, by needed infrastructure, now we are on the process to bring to Europe zero carbon net green energy. And once again, we should consider it as a possible engagement by Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, because they all have capabilities to develop their wind, solar, bioenergy, and hydro energy capabilities to product this in production of this kind of renewables. So with that, there's a huge perspective of this project for the sake of the energy security of this region and Europe as a whole. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the additional information. That's useful, and we've always had this approach at the conversations in this forum, that we have to be looking for a balanced approach. Renewables together with base load power. It had been mentioned already many times since the beginning of the event this morning. So it's interesting to see that we have also quite innovative decisions and solutions, and we're of course welcoming them, and I'm sure the partnerships would be fruitful in the future as well. Now I'm going to be turning to my left. Господин Vladimir Malinov.
Mr. Vladimir Malinov does not need further introductions. He is the Executive Director of Bulgaria Transgas. Can you tell us what the situation of the gas supply to Bulgaria is? This is a question which has been repeated over the last year or so. A lot of debates took place within the European institutions, whether natural gas should be seen as green in the transition period. And natural gas is also on the list of green energy resources for the time being. And it's still not clear how this will develop. But specifically, I'd like to ask you the following. What is being done at the moment to expand the infrastructure for gas supply, gas transmission to Bulgaria? What stage is the gas storage in Chiran at? Thank you for your questions. I'd like to thank the organizers as well. With all my respect to all the panelists and the participants, I would like to start from a global point of view, and that would cover also part of your question. There were different opinions on natural gas in the discussion and its place in this discussion. I would like to turn to the audience and say that when we talk about natural gas, the first thing that comes to mind would probably be related to Russia, high price, and a dirty source. I'll try to disprove that and quote the situation on the market. The natural gas that is being consumed not only in Bulgaria and in the EU, but in Europe as a whole, it does not come from Russia now. We are a member of the board of the operators of gas transmission network in Europe, and what we see is that the consumption of Russian natural gas in the EU is below 9% on a daily basis. And in the whole of Europe, it's below 15%. So from that point of view, the first pretty negative association with natural gas, we have to say that natural gas does not come from Russia anymore. And we just heard Ambassador Husseinov, he mentioned the Caspian region, and of course the gas that comes from Norway, from the North Sea, is there as well, and even more LPG, which comes from different sources, the US, North Africa, and the Near East. There are other sources as well. Secondly, we assume it's expensive. No, it's not expensive. The energy crisis demonstrated to us that Europe was simply not prepared to deal with the shock of the energy levels. But the situation is now back to normal, and natural gas comes at competitive prices. My personal opinion is that at the moment, the price is about 30 euro per megawatt, and this is not as low as we could go in terms of pricing. There are a lot of investments all over the world, and the idea is to tap new resources. If we had the long-term contracts, we have been talking about it. I had the opportunity to see what the situation in the US is, and if we have new contracts, we can get rates about half the current ones, and this would be a very accessible resource. Thirdly, natural gas is not a dirty resource. Yes, there is a footprint in utilizing natural gas, but the economies and many universities at the moment use technologies which are even applicable in order to ensure carbon capture so that natural gas can turn from a blue to a green source. And let me go back to the issue of expanding the infrastructure, but I'd like to take advantage of talking to such a distinguished audience in order to convince you that in the course of the green transition, natural gas is going to play an important role. It will indeed be one of the transition fuels. There are many panelists who have to speak within a limited time, so please remember it's not Russian, it's not dirty, it's not expensive anymore. And as we are speaking green, the green color is the result of mixing yellow and blue, a warm and a cold color. So the yellow is the modern world, and the blue is the cold color. In the next 15 years, natural gas, in our view, will play a key role, including in power generation. It's considered to be key for the energy sector, but not only. And that's why we would like our investments to be more and more established. President Tadic mentioned how important our investment would be for Serbia. And natural gas as a source will come not only from the Caspian and from Azerbaijan, but also from the terminals of liquefied gas in Greece. So Bulgaria will take would have the advantage of using the reverse transmission to benefit from the Central European amounts. What is important, however, is energy storage. Energy storage was always key in order for energy to be accessible and to be at affordable prices. We invest a lot of financial resources, and we get support from the European Commission in that through the grants we receive. We also invest our own resources and get support from our transatlantic partners. So we jointly finance the extension of the storage in Chiren. Of course, the work is making progress, and we hope that at the beginning of 2025, the extension should be in place. The volume should be doubled. And this is key not only as far as Bulgaria is concerned, not only as far as the transition is concerned from fossil fuel and coal in particular, but also for the whole region. This is very important. Trying to have greener economies in all the countries in the region, we need to join efforts on a regional basis and be one team. Thank you.
I thank you too. Sometimes it's easier to use specific examples and specific answers that you gave. Unfortunately, this is not the common practice in Brussels, but I fully agree with you that we need to join efforts and work together in the region, because any of the countries cannot cope in isolation. It will be impossible for a number of reasons, because of the availability of natural resources, because of the availability or lack of infrastructure, etc. This brings me to our next speaker, who is Mr. Panosos from the Greek national gas operator DESFA.
So I think Mr. Malinov made your intervention probably easier by answering to the key questions that natural gas is needed for our future mix. But I'm going to be a bit more specific to you. How does DESFA contribute to the security of supply in the region? Like, Are your plans compatible with some of the goals of the green transition we see ahead? What are the challenges and opportunities you see? And if you allow me at the end, I'm going to have one very specific question at the end. And Mr. Molino, if you can also intervene for that one if you wish. How do you see the role of green hydrogen in the future energy mix of the Central and Eastern European region? Thank you.
Thank you for the chance to be here with such great panelists and audience. I'm here representing the gas transmission system operator of Greece, DESFA, and I will use some slides to introduce the company, but also answer your question. Yeah, it works. So, DESFA is the gas transmission system operator. We were established in 2007 under the EU unbundling rules, the third package. Since then, we have been certified twice. The last one was 2018, and now we are ownership unbundled operator. That means that we have to follow certain rules, and we have to give certain services regulated, but also we also give non-regulated services to our clients. The important thing here is that now we are privatized since 2018, and our shareholders, three of our main shareholders are three big transmission system, European transmission system operators for gas. One is the Italian SNAM, the other is Spanish Enagas, and the third the Belgian Fluxys. So we get a lot of experience through cooperating with these TSOs. This is a view of our system. It's not a big one because our country is a small one. So we run 1,500 kilometers of high-pressure pipeline. It's important that we have one LNG station in operation since 2000. And we are also the operators of the main LNG plant in Kuwait. So we are having the necessary experience for handling energy in gaseous or in liquid form. Things have changed, and to answer your question, since last year, since the war in Ukraine started, everything has changed in gas flows. We used to have mostly Russian gas coming from north to south. That means that our system was designed in that way, and we just had our LNG plant for flexibility purposes. Now the situation is completely different. Our main flow is from south to north, which means that LNG flows from our country towards the northern Greece, but also towards the West Balkan countries and perhaps, Eastern Balkan countries, and also in the future to Western Balkan countries. This is not so easy. This means that we have to reinforce our system. We need new compressors, we need new pieces of pipelines. Some pieces have to be duplicated. But we have in mind that perhaps this is a temporary situation. We know what is coming. We know that we're facing an energy transition and things are changing. So whatever we build now has to be compatible with the future. That means that we have to be ready to accept hydrogen. And that means that all pipelines that are put underground will be ready to accept 100% hydrogen in the future. So when we do all these expansions, we also take care of the future. That is my answer to your first question. But through this, as a gas pipeline operator for the time being, and also in the future, hopefully, as a hydrogen pipeline operator, we hope that we will be in the position to support the security of supply in the area. We have proven this through very good cooperation with Bulgartransgas, and I'm glad that Mr. Malinov is here. Now it is for natural gas, but we are expanding this cooperation in future projects. So as DESFA, first of all, and regarding the transition to hydrogen, we are taking care of our current network. That means that we're performing technical analysis to see how much hydrogen can be injected into the current system, and perhaps we will have to do some upgrading, which will be limited. But at the same time, we are proposing the next step, which is hydrogen pipelines. And we are already in PCI list, and we are working with ENCHOC, TYNDP for this. We are also participating in a number of initiatives. I mentioned here the European hydrogen backbone, and I will say more in the next slide. But also we are chairing the transmission and distribution roundtable of the European Clean Hydrogen Association. Now, regarding our proposal for the future and the hydrogen pipeline, we have submitted what we call PCI, Project of Common Interest, and together with Bulgartransgas, and it seems that we have very good chances of this being selected as one of the projects in the future sixth list, which will be announced in some months. If we start building this, actually, what we will do is that we will prepare the first part of what we see in the European hydrogen backbone as Corridor E. And please keep in mind that it cannot only be Greece and Bulgaria. If we're talking about a corridor, this corridor has to continue through the other countries, Romania, and towards the north of Europe. Why? In Greece, also in Balkan, I would say, we have high capacity factors for renewable energy. We have to keep this in mind. It's a good chance for us. I heard that our future energy mix will be based, yes, in renewable electricity, but renewable electricity comes hand in hand with green molecules. We cannot just have batteries. Batteries are for short term, for some hours, perhaps, I don't know, if technology evolves a few days. If we want to store green energy, if we want to transport green energy, we must have green hydrogen. And this is a big chance for us. We know that there will be a big demand for green hydrogen in Northern Central Europe. So by having this project, by creating this corridor, actually we open a corridor for our future. And to reply to your question, if we want to be independent, energy independent, one step, of course, is renewable electricity. The second is renewable hydrogen. So by building this and by building the interconnections, we also have a system which will offer to security of supply in the whole area, which will create the correct market conditions. And I agree that we will have perhaps pay for this transition. The initial steps will not be easy. We will have to reconstruct a system, but we're building the future, and energy will be affordable for the future generations if we start cooperating in the area, if we start being proactive in what we create for the future. That was all from my side. I'm glad to answer.
Thank you very much.
May I add just a few words on the topic? Разбира се.
Of course, the example that my colleague from DESFA gave is something that we have been working on, being visionaries. What my colleague didn't mention was that we signed the initial letter of intent for the development of this project for hydrogen transit from Athens to Sofia and along the corridor at the end of 2021. Back then, we didn't understand the actual implications of the war in Ukraine yet. Back then, we joined the European Clean Hydrogen and the Hydrogen Backbone Initiative, and we are active participants in these organizations. And what my colleague explained is part of an overall concept on gas corridors. This is a vivid example of how we work at European level to utilize the existing infrastructure, because in this way we can rely on incurring much smaller costs compared to building brand new infrastructure. And we will place Europe in a general framework, one common framework, from regions that have the capacity to produce hydrogen to regions that are potential big consumers of hydrogen, such as Germany. I visited one of their projects several weeks ago on hydrogen production, but they are faced with challenges concerning the transit from northern Germany, where they have a big potential to produce hydrogen based on wind farms, to the southern part where the actual consumption is. So we do work actively, but to our marvelous moderator, I would like to say that we do need your support as well. This joint project with our colleagues from DESFA will most probably be given the status of a project of common interest, and this will enable good financing available for it. To make hydrogen accessible, because at present natural gas is much cheaper. To make this possible, we need European solidarity. We need you and your colleagues so that we can join efforts, we can find funding to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place and we can make hydrogen part of the green future. Thank you. Now on what's going on in Brussels, I believe you would be glad to hear Mr. Malinov and Mr. Panoussos. We removed the colored ways we were using to depict hydrogen. So now we have a much more pragmatic understanding of these future sources of energy. We are working quite intensively to develop the regulatory framework for hydrogen. There is also legislation on hydrogen banks that can ensure funding to place member states at equal footing and enable them to develop these resources on their territories. I would like to congratulate both of you because you referred to using the existing infrastructure. This is something that we attach a lot of importance to, merely the fact that the existing infrastructure should be used for the future hydrogen transit in order to support the zero emissions production. So there is a clear focus on the need of additional investments there and raising the awareness. But don't underestimate the fact that we no longer call hydrogen green only. So I hope that during the Spanish presidency, the entire regulatory framework will be adopted, including the hydrogen regulation. Yes, maybe this will take place. And at the beginning of the next year, during the Belgian presidency, we will finalize the legislative package. We spoke about the technologies from the past, the ones of the present, and the ones that we will carry forward into the future. But let us now focus on the technologies of the future per se. To speak about that, we have Mr. Tenchev, a member of the CWP board. You have been dealing with renewables for over 15 years. Where is their place in Bulgaria? I do understand that this is a very generic question, but please focus on discussing whether Bulgaria has a competitive advantage in developing the renewables capacity. We spoke about hydrogen a lot, and I'll be happy to hear your take on that. There are a number of countries that are quite proactive, such as Germany, in terms of developing hydrogen capacity. So can we compete with them?
Thank you. I can talk about hydrogen until the cows come home. But we are one of the global leaders. Let me just mention a few words about our company. We may not be so familiar to most of the participants. We are a global leader in huge green hydrogen projects. We work in Australia, 26,000 megawatt from last year. We sold part of it, half of it to BP. But this is the largest energy project ever, not only in terms of the green hydrogen. So we work also in North Africa on similar projects. In Bulgaria, this is something concerning the next decade or the decade after that. There are far more important issues to deal with at the moment. At present, in the renewable sector, we are among the pioneers in the region. We work on the largest wind project in Serbia, the largest wind generator in Romania, in Serbia as well. In Hungary, we also work very successfully. So in the whole region, we are present. Renewable energy is the foundation of what we are talking about. If we talk about decarbonization, the general picture, about 20% of energy in globally is electricity. There are different plans for decarbonization, and it should become 70% soon. It should be green electricity, low carbon electricity. Nuclear facilities are very expensive, but on the other hand, the cheapest source is wind, solar, and the combination of systems for energy storage, and natural gas as well. Natural gas can make up for the remaining 10 to 15, 20% of the energy mix. This would mean a huge increase of green energy, which should replace oil and other mineral sources. We have to decarbonize the existing electricity, and on the other hand, we need a lot of new usage. And this is a major undertaking. Last year in Bulgaria, there are 26,000 gigawatt hours of coal generation, mainly coal. And with hydrogen price of 100 euro, that would mean 26,000 euro that the Bulgarian consumer would have to pay just for carbon emissions, excuse me. So every megawatt of water and solar generation we can bring into the system would save us at least 100 euro. Because this type of generation would cost us 100 lev and coal 300. So this is what's most urgent. In the long term, we should start probably thinking of green hydrogen, etc. But this is something that should rather take care of excess green energy. We don't have excess green energy at the moment, though. And I fully agree with the previous speakers talking about the absence of a plan, the absence of a vision. If I may put it that way, we're going with the flow. And there are sporadic periods when we try to go against the flow. But we have to remember we have a great starting point. We have a great natural parameters. We have a nuclear power plant. We have a pump storage. It is not in operation, but we can fix it. And this is the golden asset of our system. 900 megawatt multiplied by 10 hours of operation. This would mean 9,000 megawatt hours of energy that can be used to balance the system. Then we have great wind and great sun. We have had various forecasts and different modeling exercises how to best decarbonize. Bulgaria can decarbonize 80% very quickly, just by using the wind and solar potential. We don't need to come up with grand projects of new technologies which still do not exist or have no commercial use at the moment, etc. It's very fashionable to talk about that now, but we can very quickly decarbonize and use the low-hanging fruit. And the long-hanging fruit, in our case, makes up 80%, and this is solar and wind energy. There is no price, there are only benefits from it. I have been in the sector for 15 years already. In those days, we had to choose between the economy and the planet or climate. Now, for the first 80% of decarbonization, both considerations are on the one side of the scale. This rapid decarbonization would save to the Bulgarian consumer until 2030 1 billion a year from electricity bills. So there is no vision, no plan, no need to reinvent the wheel. We simply have to quickly see how to implement renewables and how the renewable energy to reach best the transition network. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Enchev, for being so practical in answering my question, because we started our conference today by saying that our geographic location cannot be taken away from us and we have to just make the most of it. I wish we were more ambitious, and I wish we could offer to the world more than our geographic location. Still, you gave us some examples as to how to best use what we have in a long-term strategy. And perhaps at some point in the future, we will be able to generate the surplus that you mentioned and that would be able to be used. We are truly running very, very late. And let us move on. We still have 3 panelists to hear. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Feldishev, Director within Met Energy Trading. You represent a gas company which develops renewable energy, and this is a very good link to what we heard from Mr. Enchev. Could you please tell us something about best practice, how you came to do what you do? Do you have the answer to the question, what would the best energy mix, how to best balance the energy system in order to see it as sustainable and guaranteeing energy security? Thank you, Ms. Penkova. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to take part in this discussion. Let me begin by briefly introducing the company I work for. It is not just a gas company. It started as such years ago, but more than 7 years now, this company has been acquiring energy assets and has been operating them. Right now, we are working on a very ambitious plan. Please come to the parallel sessions. You're welcome to the respective halls. I thought everybody was very interested in this topic when I heard the announcement. So when the 2 gigawatt renewables in the countries where we operate, we never had to face the choice between wind and solar, whether we build in Hungary or Bulgaria. The recipe we follow is the balanced approach, using all available technologies and the good geographic distribution, on a geographic basis in the countries where the company is active. And exactly this balanced approach is the best practice I'd like to share with you. And it's no accident. In the context of energy security, indeed, what's most important is the balanced approach.
Може би думите на господин Иванов, че енергийната сигурност.
And Mr. Ivanov, energy security is made up of the infrastructure and consumption. The infrastructure has made substantial progress in the last few years, at least as far as gas is concerned. There is a clear trend to improve the infrastructure. There is a project there which was slightly delayed as far as the gas storage in Chirin is concerned, but I do hope that because work there is making good progress, I hope that very soon we will have storage of twice the capacity of the current one. Concerning consumption, Bulgarian industry is energy intensive. And still, against this background, demand is falling. This doesn't sound very good, but it's not so frightening. Let's not forget that the industry is in the hands of entrepreneurs. Their initiative linked up to the policies of the European Union will result into modernizing Bulgarian industry and better energy efficiency. Concerning supply, sadly, the situation there is pretty worrying. We still don't know. In this country, most people somehow don't realize that changing the route is not diversification, it's just a shift. And when the biggest market player starts buying gas from not one but from 2 sources, this is not liberalization. Liberalization means that every end user can change the supplier and can have 2 or 3 even suppliers if they wish, and that is the situation as far as gas supply is concerned. In the power sector, the situation is quite different. The good connectivity and the infrastructure in the last decades, and this was the precondition for the market to develop much earlier and more dynamically. There, we need to go through a very difficult stage, namely the transformation, the transition of the current energy generators, specifically the coal-fired ones. And in the last 3 governments, Met Energy suggested focusing on the transition, the transformation of the 3 power plants in the Maritsa East Basin. And here I'm talking, and I want to stress, of a transition, not closure. But we didn't even come to discussing the topic. This, of course, would not make us give up the undertaking. And we're looking forward to the state take its lawful place and create the environment for investors rather than the state looking for the investors. If the environment is conducive, investors will come on their own initiative. And I'm speaking from the viewpoint of an investor in the Bulgarian energy with 160 megawatt of wind farms. We want to continue doing it. We see the very good potential that Bulgaria has in terms of its geographic locations, the potential in the energy sector. And we want this potential to be used as quickly as possible. Thank you. A very practically oriented approach. I can't help agreeing with what you just said, namely that the role of the state and the European Union is to create the conducive environment rather than raise barriers and restrictions. And this is what the regulations in the energy sector are doing. They want to create a conducive environment for private investors. We cannot deal with the transition if we only count on public resource. So our support for the Maritsa East Basin is a very big issue. So we leave it for another meeting, but we would be happy to hear your suggestions. And now we need to move on because we are running out of time. So I will turn to the other end of the stage. Mr. Delisivkov is the manager of Energeo. You were very patient. You represent the large industry group, and that's why I'll ask a very pragmatic question to you. How do you see the challenges and the opportunities for industrial consumers of energy in Bulgaria? And can the market send sustainable signals, sustainable messages to investors? How do you see the situation on behalf of the market, from the market?
Thank you. I would like to take you back to the key definition of energy security. And when the end user will feel security as a participant in the market, there are two implications there. One of them being the physical accessibility to energy, and the other factor is affordability of energy sources. Energy sources and their price should not make our participation as market participants impossible. In the past 2 years, we witnessed a significant change on the market. If we look 10 years back, the change of rates between seasons varied between 10 and 20%. Then we had to transition from the COVID pandemic to a war, and we saw a hike by 200% in these rates. If we take the 20th of June as an example, you would see that the difference in hourly rates in the energy market year on year is 18 times. This demonstrates the great fluctuations on the energy market in terms of rates, and this brings numerous challenges to the industrial consumers, namely They need to somehow predict and manage this risk. And also they need to make sure that they have access to competitive prices. Our system used to be a guarantor of supplies last year for energy and for gas. And this enabled us to introduce a mechanism ensuring a restricted growth in prices for the industrial users, but insecurity still continues. Last week we had fluctuations of 20% on a daily basis in gas prices, and this affects our feeling of energy security significantly. An important element here is the following. The installed capacities are expanding. Our company invests significantly in electrification, generation technologies, technologies for self-generation. The company I represent offers services relating to project management in the area of RES and storage. However, for us, being representatives of a big industrial group, it is very important to see predictability of the regulated expenditure. When we speak about energy security, and we have witnessed that in the past, there were different regulatory interventions in the form of additional markups or changing the structure of regulated prices, and this significantly impacts the costs for energy. Last but not least, if we look at the importance of the players in the system, the vendors, the traders, administer all relations within the energy system, with the systems operator, with the exchange. We were a guarantor, and we made it possible for the government to pay out compensations. We funded this process. We also fund the purchase of electricity. These are the big portfolio of services that a trading company has to offer to ensure energy security and to ensure small fluctuations in prices for the end users. And to finish off, I would like to say that it is very important to have a debate on the regulatory framework in the additional components in the price formation, because we do not plan for 1 year ahead. We do not plan for 3 years ahead. Large productions have long horizons in planning, so if we would like to attract new investors in the country, and the expansion of the investments of the existing one, we need to make sure that they are present in a predictable environment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Delisivkov. You were very specific as well. Yes, indeed, regulatory interventions can disrupt sometimes the system, but sometimes they can save the system. And we heard about a lot of examples from the past 2 years. And I hope that with the new reform of the electricity market and the long-term commitments, we'll be able to contribute to resolving the issue relating to fluctuations of prices that are quite intensive. But when we had unrestricted sources, This was a good system. Now we are in a different situation. Your feedback is key so that we can tailor the regulations to the practice. Moving on very quickly now to our last panelist, but not least, of course, Mr. Yves Lustanf, Executive Director of Total Energy.
I just wanted to introduce in Bulgarian, so don't worry. So I'm gonna ask again a very broad question. So how do you see the role of Total Energy in the Central and Eastern European region, especially when it comes to energy security? And if you allow me to extend a bit, I know that you've been doing a lot in the sector of renewables. Can you share some good practices and examples? Because we've heard quite a lot, and coming from a company like yours, I think it's quite reassuring that we are on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moderator. Thank you to the audience who has remained in the room, and probably welcome to the audience who has come for the next session, where we're still in energy security session. So I'll talk about that, and I'll talk about the role global large energy players such as Total Energies can have in energy security, while also confronting the task of energy transition. So maybe as a general introduction, I guess the war in Ukraine has revealed a few important points. The first point is how energy is important as a resource. We tend to forget it, but this was really revealed. And also it revealed how the markets have made countries interdependent when it comes to energy security. It also revealed that the supply of energy and the supply security, as well as the energy prices, are as important as the urgent need to decarbonize. So we tended to forget to talk about a lot past year about decarbonization, but we've been recalled that all this goes together, and we have a collective challenge to manage and to succeed in the energy transition while having energy security for our consumers and all stakeholders, and minimizing the social cost of all this. So Total Energies has been transforming a lot in the past years, coming from an oil and gas company to a major multi-energy player. Our mission is to deliver energy which is available, reliable, affordable, and always more sustainable to our customers. We have taken and we have the ambition to become net zero by 2050 together with the society, which is quite a strong challenge for an oil and gas company. Net zero, which means also that we're also convinced that the world needs more energy and we need less emissions. So this is a challenge: net zero, more energy, less emissions. And we have several pillars to sustain this ambition. One pillar, and I'm not going to name all of them for the sake of time, but one pillar is we want to be very strong in gas, because we are strong believers that gas is the transition fuel for the next decade until we reach 2050. So gas is very important. We are number 3 LNG player in the world. We are number 1 LNG US exporter LNG. And actually, we've contributed in the past year quite a bit to the energy security when it comes to gas of Europe. We took the decision to install regasification plants and develop regasification plants in Germany and in France. They're under construction. We've also delivered gas to the region, to Greece, to Turkey, and some of this gas arrived as well to the region, to Bulgaria. Second pillar is developing renewables. We started a few years ago with not much in renewables. Now we have an installed capacity by the end of 2022 of 17 gigawatt worldwide. We have the plan to be at 30 gigawatt by 30 gigawatt in 2025 and 100 gigawatt by 2030. We have the ambition to be one of the leaders of the energy transition. We have the ambition to be among the top 5 players in renewable energy by 2030. And when it comes to the region, we already have a footprint, quite a strong footprint in Greece, where we have operate both wind and solar plants. We have about 350 megawatts. We have a small footprint, which will become in next week 100% Total Energy through the acquisition of Nova Energia, a small footprint of 15 megawatts in Bulgaria. And we have the intention to grow in renewables in the region. Actually, the past 18 months, we've been screening many projects. No decision taken yet. What we're looking for is quite large projects, because we have this large ambition and we have also the capacity to deliver a large project. And what is interesting to us is also developing PPAs with industrial partners. So that's basically what we're looking for renewables. We're also investigating regionally the future of offshore wind. There are some discussions between Romania, Bulgaria. We're following that, and we would be ready to jump in if there were some clear plans and also some legislation and a regulatory framework put in place. Maybe one word about gas, because I talked about LNG, but also we are a gas producer. Next to me is sitting His Excellency, is Ambassador of Azerbaijan. We are also part of the exploration production companies in Azerbaijan. Within 2 weeks, I guess, we will produce the first gas on Absheron field. The first phase of Absheron field is dedicated to Azerbaijan market, but the second phase, which is under discussion, will come on stream by the end of the decade and will be, we hope so, a contributor also to the distribution of Azerbaijani gas to Europe. On gas again, we have a footprint in Bulgaria. We have been operating the Hanasparu block in the Black Sea for 10 years. We still have hope, and we want, and we're working hard to be able to drill on Hanasparu next year. It's not decided, it's challenging. Security situation, it's also challenging to have a clear picture and a roadmap of the future of gas in the region. And it's challenging because it's costly and a bit risky, but we are operating in an environment which is positive. We're next to the big discovery of Turkey, we're next to the big discovery of Romania, and we have gas prospects that we would like to drill. A gas discovery, and we talked a lot about gas, but a gas discovery in Bulgaria would be really a game changer, I guess, for the region in terms of energy security, but also it would impact the transition or the roadmap for transition for Bulgaria as a natural resource for the country. Maybe I will conclude with, I guess, a short conclusion, because I think everybody is tired. I guess the last 18 months, I mean, we see how energy security and energy transition are intermingled. They need to be thought, and a roadmap in energy transition needs to be developed with energy security in mind. These roadmaps that can be developed country by country, they will depend on the starting points, the natural resources of the countries, the existing infrastructures for energy production, for transportation. But they have a clear goal, is to reach net zero with available energy and affordable energy by 2050. So what we're looking for as a major energy player with foothold here is also a clear vision, a clear roadmap, a clear legal and regulatory framework and stability. And I will stop here for my intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're finishing. So I think what you said at the end, everything depends on the starting point of each region or a country, is something we should be taking more and more into account. One concluding sentence from my side. За жалост не успяхме да зададем повече въпроси.
Unfortunately, we were not able to ask more questions, but I hope that the topics were of interest for all of you. We spoke about price formation, affordable prices, RES, base load, new energy sources. All these things are necessary to ensure the stability of the energy system. And we all understood that in order to ensure security in the energy sector, first of all, we need to take care of ensuring connectivity both in the region and in the EU as a whole. Thank you for your attention, and this is the end of our panel. We will move on to the next sessions. Don't forget that this event will go on until Thursday.
посветена на темата за енергийната свързаност в контекста на европейския енергиен пазар и трансформацията на базовите енергийни мощности. Извинявам се малко за закъснението, което се получи, но за сметка на това пък ще компенсираме с нашите невероятни панелисти. Преди това обаче, преди да започнем дискусиите по същество, бих искал да поканя на сцената министърът на енергетиката, господин Румен Радев, за да се обърне към нас с своето приветствие. Министър Радев, заповядайте.
Благодаря, здравейте на всички. Микрофонът със сигурност работи. Ако трябва, ще говоря и по-силно. Написал съм нещо кратко към всеки от вас, но пък съм го писал аз, а не някой от състава ми. Днеска, покрай пътуването, и действително ще го прочита в този вид. Уважаеми дами и господа, привилегия и отговорност е да заслужа мястото си сред десетките хиляди достойни хора, с чието почтен и всеотдаен труд е изградена и функционира българската енергийна система. Всъщност, именно наличието на тези хора, за много от които енергетиката е и потомствено призвание, възприемам като движеща сила и основен мотив за целия екип на Министерството на енергетиката, така щото да работи като съзидателен, проактивен и коректен партньор в развитието на сектора. Много са предизвикателствата пред нас. За бъдещето на българската енергетика, несъмнено част от глобалния енергиен преход. Какъв път да изберем, за да сме пълноценна част от общата европейска енергийна система, да сме предсказуем и надежден партньор, като същевременно осигурим достоен житейски хоризонт пред хилядите работещи в отрасъла и техните семейства. Има ли адекватни работещи решения за бъдещето на въглищните мощности? Какви конкретни и действени стъпки да предприемем сега, а не в неопределеното бъдеще за развитие на ядрени мощности, ВЕИ, геотермален капацитет, системи за съхранение на енергия, нови високотехнологични нискоемисионни решения в синхрон с климатичните предизвикателства. Ще бъдем ли център на енергийна сигурност и стабилност за региона и на каква цена? Предизвикателства както нови, така и стари, но поради чувствителността и обществената им значимост, често пъти удобно подминавани и свенливо премълчавани. Уверен съм, че намирането на отговори започва първо с формулирането на адекватни и обществено значими въпроси. Минава през дискусии с заинтересованите страни, излагането на открити позиции и ангажирани тези. Бъдете сигурни, че екипът ни в Министерството на енергетиката ще се вслушва внимателно в експертните мнения на професионалната общност и ще търси механизмите за проактивна подкрепа на знаещите, можещите и почтените експерти, сподвижници, предприемачи и инвеститори. Във всички наши усилия ние ще разчитаме на вашата инициативност, професионализъм и богат опит. В заключение бих искал да пожелая успех на Green Transition, на участниците в този панел, както и да споделя, че може би не сме особено сполучливи оратори, но имаме уменията да слушаме и именно по тази причина сме част от този форум.
Благодаря, господин министър. Позволете ми първо да ви поздравя с летящия старт, който имате като министър, а също така, понеже споменахте и за екипа ви, смятам, че направихте много добър избор по отношение на обявените до сега заместник министри и ви желая успех с работата и с тях и с цялата администрация на министерството. Аз също така отбелязах много прецизно казаните думи по отношение на това, че сте готови да чуете мнението на другите заинтересовани лица. Вие идвате от бизнеса, знаете колко важна е неговата роля в целия този процес и нямам никакво съмнение, че много хора ще се възползват от тази ваша принципна покана за представяне на мнения, на идеи. В това отношение със сигурност има много какво да се каже. Така че още веднъж благодаря ви за вниманието. Ще се радваме, ако останете с нас, докато имате възможност.
Тъй като и вие искахте и без друго да имате възможност за въпроси.
You wanted to ask questions, and let me assure you that we are still setting up our team. We are going to build upon what we have already stated. Luckily, we see no tensions, we feel no pressure, and we hope that in the future this is not going to change. As for opinions, everyone who is knowledgeable, capable, and honest, be it an investor, be it an expert, is most welcome. And we want to build trust, both inside the ministry and within the sector, among all the participants, and only then could we hope to earn the trust of others. So this is our logic. Thank you once again. And now allow me to give the floor to the Deputy Director General of DG Energy at the European Commission. We spoke to him this morning and we recorded his contribution. He would not be able to address us online because he will be traveling now, and that's why we recorded this improvised interview. He gives us an answer to one specific question, a question on his recommendations to the Bulgarian authorities, the powers that may be, and to Bulgaria in general on the green transition. Mr. Matthew Baldwin, who is the Deputy Director General of DG Energy, is an exceptionally knowledgeable person. He knows the Bulgarian energy sector very well. He knows Bulgarian politics as well. I had the opportunity to speak to him before, and I hope we can all see this video recording together if the technical support can play it for us. Скъпи приятели, благодаря ви за прекрасния въпрос. Има кратък и по-дълъг отговор. Краткият отговор е прав сте. Предизвикателствата са огромни.
But in the slightly longer version, I would like to take up your invitation to set out a number of key messages, I think. But overall, the message is that we all need to embrace the clean energy transition as part of the European Green Deal. If we can reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, if we can accelerate the deployment of renewable energy sources, both Bulgaria and the EU can secure our energy futures and, importantly, ensure affordability for all of our citizens. So breaking that down, I think there are 5 key points. The first key message is that what you're doing in Bulgaria, what we're doing across the European Union in the Recovery and Resilience Plan has a vast potential to transform our economy and your economy and to make it fit for a climate neutral future. So my invitation to Bulgaria is to maintain that drive for reform, to embrace the opportunities of a decarbonized energy system. And in particular, Bulgaria has the opportunity to accelerate the implementation of the plan to make use of the 1.4 billion euros investments planned for 2023. The second key message, I think, and as a key part of that overall plan, and to overcome the challenges of security of supply and affordability, I think it's really imperative that all of us, including Bulgaria, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. It would be great if Bulgaria could get a bit closer to the European trend line in terms of the rapid deployment of renewables. In 2022, for example, the requests to the transmission system operator for grid access for newly installed renewables reached 17.5 gigawatts. But despite this overwhelming interest, I understand only last year about 200 megawatts of new capacity came online. One way you can address this problem is by providing more clarity of procedures and investment certainty. And you can do that by ensuring the quick transposition of the Renewable Energy Directive. By investing in renewable energy infrastructure, by upholding market liberalization, Bulgaria can really unlock the potential of clean energy sources and reduce its carbon footprint. Third message, and it flows exactly from that point, if we're going to increase our uptake of renewables, we need to strengthen our electricity grid infrastructure, and that applies absolutely to Bulgaria too. It's really possible to streamline the connection procedures to enable faster and more efficient integration of renewable energy if we introduce smart grid elements, such as advanced metering systems, such as grid automation. All of this does wonders for enhancing the grid's flexibility, to optimize energy distribution, and to empower consumers to actively participate in energy management. Fourth message, if I may, I'd invite Bulgaria to prioritize building renovation efforts, to incentivize energy efficiency and address energy poverty. We all know what it's like with the huge cost of energy. We can help ourselves and we can help our citizens by making our buildings more energy efficient. By promoting energy efficient retrofits, by providing incentives, you can improve the energy performance of buildings right across the country, reducing energy consumption and costs, but also enhancing the comfort and the well-being of your citizens, both in winter and in summer. Simultaneously, targeted initiatives will help you address energy poverty and ensure that all Bulgarians have access to affordable and sustainable power. And my fifth and final message to you today is that it's really essential to promote and invest in energy and climate innovation and the skills to achieve them. Bulgaria's got an incredible potential workforce out there. You should encourage research and development in emerging technologies such as energy storage systems and grid optimization solutions. By embracing these future-proof solutions, again, we can enhance the efficiency and the resilience of our energy systems. We can drive economic growth, and we can create new employment opportunities. And last but not least, Bulgaria can also prioritize the development of district heating systems, which are an incredibly efficient way of ensuring sustainable heating for all communities. So to very briefly conclude, thank you very much indeed for the invitation to speak to you today. I wish I could be with you in person, and I'm sorry I can't join you live today. But in conclusion, my strong view is that the clean energy transition really holds the key to overcoming Bulgaria's and the European Union's energy security and affordability challenges. If we can reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, expand our renewable energy sources, promote our energy efficiency, and foster innovation, we can really create a sustainable and prosperous future. I'd like to take this last final word as an opportunity to invite Bulgaria to take advantage of its drafting of the updated National Energy and Climate Plan. This is a really useful tool. Since member states submitted their first plans in 2020, we've really seen the legislative and the political framework change drastically since Russia's unforgivable, unjustified war against Ukraine. Using these plans together, we have the opportunity to reflect together how best to achieve our common energy and climate goals. Let's really unite our efforts to drive this clean energy transition to secure a brighter tomorrow, not just for ourselves, but for the generations to come. Thank you very much indeed for having me on today.
Thank you. Let me remind you very briefly what Matthew mentioned. He stressed that the green transition is making good progress, that the process must be effectively and efficiently used by all stakeholders. Not all of you may agree with what we just heard. However, several steps were outlined that need to be taken. The need of a review of the measures on the national resilience plan, the efficiency of the district heating system, So this requires us to have a more strategic vision. And one of the big problems and one of the big lessons that we can draw from what we heard from Matthew is the need of strategic planning. So allow me to read a title which came in the media. Mr. St. Christoph was quoted. He was a panelist in the first panel today. And here I quote, "In Bulgaria, the green transition grinds down to total anarchy. There's no planning, then there's no vision for the future of the nuclear power plant, the hydro, and the thermal power plants." And I'm saying this because I hope that our panelists will also speak on this topic, namely the topic of planning and the operational tasks we have to tackle. Of course, they will view that from the angle of their expertise. And here I turn to my friend Kostas Theophilakis. He is the Secretary General of the Greek Institute for Energy Policy in Southeastern Europe. In our conversation before the beginning of this panel, we decided he would be dwelling on several issues. They are important both regionally and the connectivity, but also he'll say a few words about Greece. In terms of the green transition, Greece is ahead of Bulgaria. However, there are both pros and cons in this process. So, Kostas, could you please briefly and realistically give us an overview, both concerning Southeastern Europe and Greece in particular?
Just press the microphone, please.
I was thinking that I had a loud voice. Thank you very much indeed. I thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm coming from Greece and from the Institute of Energy of Southeast Europe. So permit me, Mr. Moderator, to say 2 words about the Institute. The Institute was formed back in 2003 by Greek independent energy consultants and people working in the energy field. But now, after 20 years, we're an institute that in all areas, in all states of the Southeast Europe, we have a partner in a legal form, so we are really an institute of Southeast Europe. What we are doing, our motion is that, as I recorded, to promote a broader understanding of key issues in the region. So that means that every year we are producing 180 fact sheets, working papers on energy. But the top of what we are doing every 3 years, we are issuing the Southeast Europe Energy Outlook. The last one was 21-22, where we analyzed fully each country in the region, member of European Union or non-member, and then we try to see with simulation what is going to be the situation in the coming years and how much money we need, so financial analysis. So, when they asked me to come here, I'm a little bit disaster.
No worries.
And I saw the title, and because I knew that Mr. Kremlis, he's going to talk about the Greek as advisor to the Prime Minister, I was thinking the title, and the title was Energy Connectivity and the Transformation of Basic Energy Capacities. And 2 intriguing concepts came to my mind: energy connectivity, and the other one, a transformation. Are they connected, and how they are connected? And we believe in the Institute that we discuss it, that the connection is energy efficiency. Something that was not until now, except Mr. Baldwin, was not expressed fully, and I'll take that floor to tell you about the importance of energy efficiency. Energy efficiency, easy, reliable, cost-efficient way to decarbonize buildings, industry, transportation. And even though in European Union a lot of work was done on energy efficiency issues, still there is a tremendous untapped, potential for more energy efficiency measures. So, what we're doing, I'll go back to the Southeast Europe outlook because it is 1,450 pages document that it was revised by experts from IEA, from EU, from leading countries, from all countries, leading experts. So they say the region is characterized by distinctly different in terms of structure and operation, and frequently segregated energy markets. What means that? That we are lagging as a region, including Bulgaria, including Greece, including Serbia. I was listening very carefully the President Tandis on that, but the whole region is lagging. So we have to catch up. And how to catch up? We are doing all the work. During the energy outlook, because I was working mainly on energy efficiency chapter, all regions, either member of European Union or not, they transpose the directive for energy efficiency. Actually, they transpose all directives. The thing is how to implement it. That's the big problem. We put it, we have it on ourselves, that yes, we do have a directive on energy efficiency. So, we have a directive on energy efficiency and stating that you need energy audits. Okay, so what? They are doing the audit, and then they are taking the report from the auditor and put it in the drawer, because there is no implementation action. There are a lot of things that we have to do. And because my time is coming out, yes, I'm telling you the following. IEA, every year, is setting a world conference in a different place in the world. ENA is invited on energy efficiency. And the outcome of this year, that it was in France, outside Paris, called to all governments, industry, stakeholders to strengthen the role of energy efficiency with attention to new technologies and intelligent efficiency. So I'm concluding with that. Intelligent efficiency, integrated, reliable, smart. So we have to move to smart buildings, to smart cities. We have to change the way that we are living. People-centered efficiency. Like, for example, the application for in the bus stops, what time the bus is coming. This is helping us, the people. Technology-centered efficiency. The BMS that we have in the buildings. Service-oriented efficiency. Like, for example, the video conference, like our gentleman, and the others came on live. So, conclusion. All that, they need money. It's very important that at least we that are member of the European Union, we have cohesion, the structural funds. There are the IFIs for the other countries, like World Bank, EBRD, EIB, and so on, but also we need a very strong support from the governments to promote further energy efficiency. The future is here. So, thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you very much, Kostas. It was really a very interesting look at the connectivity point from the point of view of energy efficiency. I would just add the smart grids as well.
Yeah, smart grids. I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, forgot to thank you.
Further to the issue which you raised.
Right.
We will have the opportunity to go back to the topic of energy efficiency later in our comments, I'm sure of that. But let us now focus a bit more on the Bulgarian reality And I would like to pass over to Mr. Andrei Zhivkov, whom you know very well. He is member of the board of the Bulgarian Energy Holding. Until recently, he was a minister. And when we first visited him as a minister, he was quite surprised to receive such a big delegation. Mr. Zhivkov, what's your take? The take of a good administrator, a minister, and a leader of the biggest energy holding in Bulgaria. What's your take on the situation as a whole? Thank you, Mr. Neikov. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to attend this traditional event. Back in 2020, I attended the first conference, and this is when we launched this traditional venue. Back in 2020, we were witnessing some very interesting times. In China, there is a curse, may you live in interesting times. I don't see it as a curse so much as I see it as an opportunity to learn lessons, because this is somehow a period through which you compress time. Within a very brief period of time, you witness a lot of things, but this allows you to look for quick solutions and adequate ones. What I mean is the following. First of all, the COVID pandemic hit us, and many people started asking them the question, will we go back to the world as we used to know it, including in the area of energy, because there were economic slumps back then, price reductions. And then we had the reverse effect, an explosion of the economy and deficit of energy sources, which affected the prices inevitably, because there was huge demand of energy sources, especially in the Eastern markets and the Eastern economies that developed explosively during this period. And this impacted the energy prices significantly. This was unprecedented and unexpected. Back then, I was an appointed official, a political figure, and we commented with a number of analysts that we have witnessed such drastic developments only in times of war, or other drastic events. Nobody was expecting to have a war some 300 kilometers away from our border, but it did happen. And this enabled us to see energy, connectivity and security through a different eye. There was the initial criticism that we were not connected with Romania. Then we started relying on the cheap energy generated in Germany. My point is that energy connectivity is key to help us solving our problems, because no country in isolation can solve this big issue. We are a common community and we have common goals, and we need to jointly work towards resolving our issues. Energy connectivity, however, may create some problems that we need to tackle. One of them is the balancing of the energy systems, but also the building of the infrastructure and the interconnections with the other countries. So we need, first of all, interconnectors, but also transit infrastructure. Another big issue that has become quite visible in the recent months is the following. with the renewables, it has become increasingly difficult to balance the energy systems, both regionally and at EU level. This is a challenge that has been discussed, including during the previous panels, and it is extremely acute in countries where the renewable sector is well developed. Our holding tried to move a step ahead of the trends, and we set up a company called the National Energy Operator with the role of building balancing capacities. And I would like to stress the fact that the term batteries is not quite adequate, in my opinion, because there are many other technologies available that are different from batteries, but are storage technologies. So I would like us to rather discuss energy storage systems, and we have a number of technologies for that. The pumping plant being the pumped storage facilities being a key technology there. We started conducting technical and economic analysis of each kind of technology for energy storage back when I was a minister, to see which is the one with the best cost efficiency and cost benefit ratio. I, frankly speaking, was expecting to hear from you one sentence on the base load, because the Maritsa East and Maritsa East 2 power plants are under your holding. Otherwise, I fully agree with the topics that you raised. Mr. Pekanev is somewhere here, so we can speak about batteries at large with you and with him, but a bit later. Passing over to Mr. Ivan Mikhailov, who is the Executive Director of AmCham. AmCham is an organization that is well known and is quite committed to work in the area of energy. We are grateful for that, because AmCham unites the representatives of big businesses that have a big role to play in the formulation of the national and European vision on the development of the energy sector. Dear colleagues, I would like to take up from where you finished. Indeed, our chamber has been quite committed over the years to contribute to the development of the energy sector. First of all, because we have a number of companies who are representatives of this sector. Yes, indeed, we do not have a strategy in place in Bulgaria. We do not have an action plan officially adopted, but we are about to issue the third report of AmCham for the development of the energy mix and needs up until 2050. This report was not produced by the chamber itself. It is the outcome of the work of leading consultants in this sector. We used it as a point of departure to discuss this topic with the people in power, especially also to discuss the coal-fired power plants and their future. In view of the transformation that is already ongoing, I agree that it needs to be digitized and done in the right way, but against the backdrop of several important elements. First of all, ensuring that Bulgaria is going to protect and keep its competitive edge. because we are incurring delays and we can lose our competitiveness. Then innovations, decarbonization, the energy intensity of our production and our economy and the future needs that we're going to have. There are other elements such as investing in nuclear energy that, thank God, was considered to be a low carbon sector. Nobody's mentioning gas here, and gas is part of the transition instruments. This is why we need to speak about the gas transit network, opening up the market. The colleague sitting next to me is a better expert. So we need to make sure that the cost-efficient investments will continue. Let's be frank here and say that somehow we fall victim to populism at the expense of the expert opinion. We have been invited to events where there were calls to revive the coal-based industry and forget about everything else. But will this benefit Bulgaria? For sure not. Through our companies that are members of our chamber, we work towards ensuring the correct diversification, the correct transition, and the Maritsa power plants are part of this transition. Their capacity is necessary to ensure a smooth transition, and there are plans of the owners of these companies to invest in nuclear in the near future. Listening to the panel this morning and the discussions after that, I'm reassured that we are seeing a clearer vision about the future development, and I would like it to become an expert vision about the place in Bulgaria in the region.
What you mentioned about investments is very important, and this is a very important topic for business. However, when it comes to connectivity, there is a big issue, and it is directly linked to the green transition topic, namely investments in the power transmission and power distribution network. Our position in Bulgaria, and let me stress this, is still very hesitant. We of course, have to remember that the transmission network in Bulgaria is still state-owned. I'm sure this needs to be changed. I know the head of the system operator. I know what his answer is going to be, and he says that he will say the distribution companies also benefit and they use our network as well. But we'll talk about this later on, I'm sure. You mentioned natural gas, and we're going to talk about natural gas now. I would like to turn to my long-term friend, Mr. Vadim Cheban. He is the executive director of Moldova Gas. I don't know how many of you have had any contact with the country of Moldova and its energy sector in particular. As you know, this is a tiny country which implemented huge reforms. And as far as gas is concerned, this country is in a very difficult situation. First, because the source of gas traditionally and for many, many years has only been one. Unlike Bulgaria, Moldova is fully dependent on natural gas for power generation. So the topic of gas in Moldova is quite different. It has a different meaning than in Bulgaria. On the other hand, Moldova took very decisive steps. Of course, these steps are pro-European. This has a lot of impact on the energy sector. Vadim, I'm not going to take up more of your time. Could you please tell us what your vision is in terms of connectivity and its role in the regional and European energy security?
Slavcho, it's my pleasure to be here. and to attend this very important conference. For the Republic of Moldova, the energy transition is very quite well linked to the energy security of supply issues. Coming back 4 years back in 2019, we had only one source of gas supplies and also one source of energy power supply. At that time, we had only 2 interconnection points with Ukraine, mostly supplying gas from Russia, from Gazprom. And in 2019, if you remember, there were a lot of discussions about the continuation and extension of gas transit contract to Ukraine. And during the 3 period of time, starting from, I would, three months period, September 2019, when I first time came in Sofia, and I met with my very good friend Vladimir Malinov. And with the help of Bulgar Transgas, with the help of and support of Transgas Romania, Ukrainian gas transmission operator, and also by EU support, we succeeded to deliver the very important project for Moldova and for the region as a whole. We had implemented the Trans-Balkan reverse flow. And now the Republic of Moldova, at that time in 2019 and on 20th of December, we launched this project. And as of today, starting from December last year and January, February, during this period, we have already supplied gas through this route up to 250 million cubic meters. And as you know, during this period, starting from July to September, and also maybe it will continue by the end of this year, over 350 million cubic meters will be supplied through this route from Greece, from DEPA, according to a contract signed with Energocom, state-owned Energocom, which is the emergency central supplier in the country from whom we buy gas, I mean Moldova gas to retail and industrial customers. We deliver and supply on the retail and wholesale market. This was the first big achievement when in 2020, the second interconnector, you remember very well, Slavcha, we discussed this project a lot. This Romanian interconnector from Iași, Ungheni to Chișinău also was developed and is now operational, and gas flows started to come in the country from these interconnection points, from the south to north and from west to east. When in 2019, in November, before extension of this transit contract between Naftogaz and Gazprom, we had only 2 sources, so 2 points, interconnection points, relied totally 100% on Russian gas. So we did a lot during this period, and in January 2022, when it comes to the energy connectivity, Republic of Moldova, together with Ukraine, we joined, synchronized our power system with CEE. So from the power sector, we today have access to the European power market. Of course, the question of affordability of the prices and the question of the access to cheap energy, let's say, on the market prices, comparing with the old thermal power plant from Transnistria, which is not controlled by our constitutional authorities, there is a question, but from infrastructure and interconnection point of view, we have access to the European market. We have energy and we have power. I would say that from gas point of view, we are now secured much more well comparing with 2021 and even 2022. Our strategy is a very simple one, is purchase gas during the summer period and store this gas in Ukraine, in Romania as well, because we are 100% dependent on gas supply sources, and also, but having, not shifting, but having interconnections and having diversified routes of supply, it's very important, and we can now think on other issues about the creation of the market. Market is very emerging in the Republic of Moldova, but is still very rapidly developing. When it comes to the green transition, being dependent 100% on natural gas from abroad, imports, I mean, especially, so we have no other choice The question of energy efficiency, question of injection of renewable energy source in the system, creation of the new capacities and performing modernization of the old power generation capacities, especially when we talk about the cogeneration. In Chisinau and Belz, the north biggest city in the country. It's a question of life or death. So for us, it's important to have this. And also, this important issue I evidenced during today's panel discussions about the changing in mindset. Changing in mindset, especially in the Republic of Moldova, and starting to implement the new knowledge and new skills in the market operation, especially when it comes to the human capacities and developing the new market institutions, because we have our Energocom joint already Romanian power market. Joint also is, Vladimir will support me in this, that there are also network users for Bulgarian Transgas, there are also network users of DESFA in Greece. So this means that in very short period of time, if you have a political will, you have support from developing partners, we have support from European Union, and having support from our colleagues and partners like Bulgar Transgas, for instance, and DESFA, DEPA, Transgas, Opcom, Romgas, and other big market players in the region. It's definitely a very good starting point for the future development of our energy market. Thank you.
Благодаря, Вадим. Аз мисля, че Молдова е...
Thank you. Moldova is a country which can set a very specific example in this current situation. European integration, on the one hand, and mutual support work there, and they work in practical terms. The country did go through substantial changes indeed. You talked about projects, but these developments have to do with very important, substantial political decisions. Moldova, just a few days ago, withdrew from the Organization of Independent States. This was a very strong political message, not to mention the multi-party energy community, which is in close cooperation with the European Union and the institutions of the Union and its legislation. So this is wonderful. Both European integration and European solidarity do work, and they work not only within the EU. Let's continue discussing gas, and I'm looking at someone who was very critical at the time when I was a member of the regulator. Mr. Svetoslav Ivanov was critical on the gas operations of the regulator, but then he is a very pragmatic person. So can you tell us what you think about energy connectivity as of to date? And certainly I would not have any doubts that you would like to discuss also the baseload, because that has to do with gas as well. Thank you, Mr. Nekov. I will begin by saying that in the last 30 years, I've never found an answer to two questions, and probably from today on, I'll stop asking these questions altogether. The first one is why the interest in such interesting events is in direct contrast to the moderators and the speakers. You noticed that this morning there was a lot of interest, and when the Minister of Energy and the other ministers left, the audience left as well. So I never saw a minister remain for the afternoon session of a similar event, so the fact that he was here should be seen as a sign that we're being heard, that he is interested in how the market develops. And the other question I've been asking myself is, why, when in Bulgaria we talk about the energy sector, we understand the power sector. I don't need to explain to this audience that these two are not identical. At the end of the day, however, we need to understand that when we talk about the green transition, Mr. Malinov explained the color green to us this morning. But we're talking of a transition here, and the transition means starting from a certain point and then heading in a certain direction. So unless you don't know where you want to get, based on the analysis of the specifics of your starting point, you may not even get started in the first place. So we need to have a better understanding of the Bulgarian energy sector. We need to understand that the power sector is different, is not identical to the energy sector. We need to change our approach. And unless we change our approach, we'll never reach the result we wish to. So let's talk about the starting point, the point we start from in this green transition. The Bulgarian economy uses at the moment about 4.5 times more energy per 1 unit of GDP as compared to the average levels in the EU. Together with my colleagues, we tried to do some calculations and compare our situation and the situation in the old member states and those states which joined the EU at approximately the same time as Bulgaria did. The old member states managed to bring their consumption below 100 tons of oil equivalent per unit. In Bulgaria, this is about 420. So I checked whether in the latest trends there may be some reason to worry less, but this is not the case. My analysis shows that the energy intensity in Bulgaria is decreasing even slower. If in the last 10 years the decrease was 1.6% a year, now we have slowed down and it's 1.3%. The explanation is simple. We waste more than 45% of the primary energy in the Bulgarian energy sector. So in this, we are unique. There is no other EU member states with the same parameters. And I think that the reason for that is using a pretty dated system of burning coal, then the whole transmission and distribution system, which is also dated. So 20% is the efficiency, approximately, of the system. In other words, for every kilowatt hour that we consume at home, dear colleagues and friends, we consume 3 kilowatts extra. And Bulgaria ranks first on the carbon intensity of its GDP. So as far as these parameters are concerned, Bulgaria is at the same level before Germany and the Netherlands replaced coal-fired generation. In other words, Bulgaria could use natural gas as a solution. It's not a problem for Bulgaria. It would be rather a solution. But the question is whether we can find objectively the way to do it, the best way to do it. And I would like to address Minister Radev here. You're expected to open the ears of the ministry to the expertise of the sector, because every strategy that is written within an office in no contact with the outside world will be a beautiful document and will not result into any helpful operations. In Bulgaria, there are 600 kilometers of gas distribution networks, 95% made of metal materials, and they are hydrogen ready. Even today, without any additional investment, up to 20% of the gas in this network could be green or any other color of hydrogen. Thank you. I did not answer your question concerning energy connectivity. I would like to follow up on what Mr. Arsen Christov said this morning. What he said really was a wake-up call for all of us. The colleagues from the Institute of Energy Management said that in order to achieve our goals for mass electrification with renewable sources, they should have 1.5 billion a year levy in investment on an annual basis, and with the gas distribution networks can help the network be less strained by using gas. I understand this position. I've been aware of it for a while. It is part of the need to have a new strategic vision. Whether all government institutions agree is a different topic, but after all, it's a matter of providing good arguments. And in order to close the topic of gas, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, and we have known each other for a long time, Mr. Rosen Simichiev. He has been involved in project investment for quite some time, and he has been involved in working with the government institutions on projects with Israel, Greece, Turkey, Egypt, etc. But now he is in a different capacity. He is a manager of the SOCAR branch in Bulgaria. We already heard the ambassador of Azerbaijan, but you are a Bulgarian of very rich experience in the government administration, so I'm sure you have a lot to add when it comes to energy connectivity.
Thank you, Mr. Neikov. You are a former head of mine, and it's an honor for me to be a member of your panel. Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference. First of all, I'd like to explain about our representation office. It's a trade representation that has no trading operations, but the connections of Bulgarian businesses to SOCAR would go through us. There are two such representations for Europe of SOCAR, one in Germany, one in Bulgaria. SOCAR at the moment is defining the areas where it can intervene and take and launch its operations, and I hope this will take place as soon as possible. I very much hope also that our office will become a regional office, because our head, Mr. Haidarov, is in charge of the Balkans. He's well known in almost all of the Balkan countries. I would like to clarify one more thing, namely, which are the countries to which SOCAR supplies gas. The dear ambassador gave a lot of data. At present, SOCAR supplies gas in 6 countries: Turkey, Georgia, Greece, Bulgaria, Italy, and Romania from the beginning of this year. SOCAR and Azerbaijan are interested in expanding the supplies to Eastern Europe, and by the end of this year, we will expand to 9 or 10 countries. SOCAR and Azerbaijan are supporting Solidarity Ring because this will enable us to expand the geography of supplies and start supplying to more European member states. We're expecting by the end of this year or the beginning of the next one at the latest, if all the interconnectors are being implemented, to start supplying Azeri gas to Hungary, Serbia and Slovakia. This is additional information. These are the supplies through SOCAR. I'm going to quote the volumes as well, the quantities. Last year, the Azeri supplies to the European Union account for 8 billion. This year, we are going to increase them to 12 billion cubic meters. Now, the total exports of Azerbaijan amount to 24 billion cubic meters. So the EU supplies now form half of the exports of Azerbaijan. When I participated in the negotiations between Azerbaijan and Bulgaria, we always asked the question whether Azerbaijan has enough gas. We have heard different opinions, different theories, but last year the European Commission addressed Azerbaijan and they signed a memorandum of understanding to increase the drilling and to increase the supplies to the European market. Having said that, first of all, Azerbaijan needs to expand the production and the capacity of the South Stream, the Tanapi and TAP projects. You know that this is a system of 3,500 kilometers of pipes. Huge investments have been made there. And if Azerbaijan has to make additional investments to expand its drilling capacity and the capacity of the transit infrastructure, Azerbaijan needs to rely on the return on the investment, and this can only be done in close cooperation with the European Commission and the European Union, because Azerbaijan is looking for longer-term security in the trade. Azerbaijan also has a strategy in place for renewables, which is a very interesting aspect against the backdrop of today's conference. There is a huge potential in Azerbaijan for solar and for wind, and the Azeri government has adopted a strategy to encourage the development of renewables, and a number of contracts have been signed to that end for building some 25 megawatts in capacity. In that respect, SOCAR has launched an initiative towards decarbonization and the green transition. We are studying the opportunities to export green hydrogen to Europe, and we already have agreements signed with some of the renewable generation facilities. In the Swiss SOCAR network, we are already installing hydrogen charging stations. I'm a bit surprised with what you mentioned last. I didn't know that Bulgaria was only the second representation of SOCAR in Europe. And this once again underscores the role that Bulgaria has a potential to play to ensure regional connectivity. Concerning hydrogen, yes, it is a long topic. And I myself believe that Bulgaria hasn't reached the point for installing hydrogen charging stations, but probably I'm not right in what I said. Before we move on to the non-governmental sector, I would like to pass over to Mr. Bogomil Manchev, because nuclear energy was mentioned a number of times during the previous panels. The president himself talked on that as well. In view of the role of the nuclear energy in Bulgaria, unfortunately, we have a project that is already 50 years old, more or less, or 40 rather. Okay, 40 years, this makes a big difference. we started discussing small modular reactors. We discussed how the nuclear energy will continue to be a pillar in the transition, etc., etc. So, what's the role of the nuclear in the mix? Good afternoon, everyone, dear Minister, dear guests, dear colleagues. Nuclear energy globally turned its back to the big apprehensions and fear from the past 10, 12 years and decided to play a key role in the baseload and in the system regulation. To make this energy connectivity possible, when we discuss this matter, we wouldn't exclude no mode of generation, of energy generation. When we remove the coal, because we do not know how to solve the issue of pollution there, and the easiest solution is to remove them, against an installed capacity that is 6,000 megawatts a year, 6,000 a year, you need to ensure 5,000 coming from solar and from other renewables. We, as a regulator, have the understanding that energy consumption in Bulgaria should not exceed 36 million megawatt hours by 2050, but it should be much more efficient so that we can produce more per megawatt. However, we would need to double the production so that we can produce the necessary quantity of hydrogen and satisfy the demand of e-mobility. So where does the nuclear stand here in this mix? It is in the very basis, in the very foundations of the system, with a great capacity to regulate the system and balance the system without offsetting the balance. And another thing that is part of the electricity vision provided for review to the 48th Parliament. So once both sites are operational, the Kozlodui and Belene one, we should have also a capacity to produce hydrogen so that we can ensure good storage, so that the rest of the sources can be equal participants in the network. They are equal participants even at present, but this affects the end price. So we need to expand the capacity for hydrogen production so that we can afford to burn only 20% of gas and replace it by hydrogen. And last but not least, we need to ensure better capacity for transit among the neighboring countries. Otherwise, we can't speak about connectivity. So we need to have a capacity to transit huge quantities of energy. There is a big project that was launched 25 years ago in France for a big ring going from northern France through Germany, then to Italy, etc., etc. With a potential of up to 5,000 megawatts. The difference between 25 years ago and today is the fact that we are planning to have along those rings storage facilities, for instance, be able to unload in the Czech Republic or to unload in Poland. So this is the ultimate goal for energy connectivity that Europe has set for the coming 20-25 years. Nuclear energy is considered to be an equally acceptable fuel for the green transition. When you build a new nuclear facility, it should correspond to all the rules. The big advantage of Bulgaria is that we have two sites for nuclear power plants, and we, the experts, are the ones to advise the government what kind of capacity to be installed in those sites. It is up to the governments to decide whether the Bulgarian government will be 100% stakeholder in those sites or will allow for a private investment. The big storage facilities such as the pumped storage, these should be obligations of the government, not of the private operators. We have discussed the topic about nuclear energy at length with you, but I'm grateful for offering this take and for connecting the nuclear energy with the other energy sources, including the renewables, for discussing energy connectivity. Also, you made an important focus on the regional connectivity. Indeed, you have no doubt, I guess, that there are a number of people in the audience who wouldn't consider nuclear energy the way you are thinking about it. Yes, there are such people, but they can go live in their basements. I'm in favor of that. Now we are left with three very interesting panelists representing the non-governmental sector. And the first one, whom I will give the floor to, is somebody whose association is very close to the name of the heading of today's event. This is Ms. Kristina Lazurova, representing the association Brown to Green. She has vast experience in the non-governmental sector, but also in real business. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Dear Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Zhivkov mentioned here when the first green transition took place. This was, or rather, first conference. It took place in 2021. I had the pleasure of being on the panel back then together with Mr. Neikov, and I attended all three conferences over the years. What we achieved during that time in the Kyustendil region, in the region where the Bobovdol coal-fired plant is, we built 100 megawatts worth of PV farm. We recultivated the plant, and we had another project for connection to the Bulgar Transgas transit network. We also have one biogas installation for the for energy generation. Also, we have a contract for turbines running on natural gas and hydrogen. There is also a conceptual project for the electrolyzers installation. So far, so good. Within these 2 years, we also managed to invest a lot of efforts, and thanks to the help of Bulgar Transgas and the energy system operator, we managed to make sure that by the end of the year, we will have the 100 megawatt photovoltaic park up and running. And we will transition to natural gas from diesel rather, and to avoid what Mr. Christov mentioned, rather to make the energy transition a big mix that is meaningless. We need mandatory changes in the legislation. We need storage facilities. We need changes of the permit regimes. We can't have somebody willing to build a park and maintain it for 2 years only. we don't have an energy strategy, and I hope that now that we have a permanent government in power, we are going to have also an energy strategy, not just a vision, a strategy that covers everything. Natural gas, if natural gas is considered to be a transition fuel that will be replaced by hydrogen, we shouldn't cross gas out, having in mind the infrastructure that we have in place in the country. We can't expect to conduct the energy transition only by installing photovoltaic capacities everywhere. And we need to change the legislation concerning hydrogen. We need new regulatory framework on hydrogen. We need to start implementing the recovery and resilience plan. We need to expand the number of projects along the Solidarity Fund. The Just Transition Fund needs to be utilized because the three regions, the three coal-dependent regions, do need that. I believe that it is the SMEs that will restart the coal-dependent regions and help revive them. I repeat once again, energy mix is not renewables only. It is also about nuclear, about gas, about hydrogen, about storage, and water and hydro as well. And the permit regime needs to be liberalized, because when we have territories that are available for use for new capacity, it should be much easier to obtain the permits for that rather than wait for 2, 3, 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the majority of the participants fully agree with you. Not only because of the comprehensive review of what you do in your organization and the positive examples of the green transition, but specifically when it comes to the role of the institutions. This is a very significant topic, and I'm afraid it is a rather sensitive topic. I'm now looking at the chairperson of the regulator. I think the regulator is now being tortured by the state, by the government. And now I'll give the floor to the person who has the best contacts among all of us present here, because he comes from the birthplace of the minister. Or no, oh, at least you work together in Stara Zagora, and you know each other very well. So Ms. Rumjana Grozeva, or Dr. Rumjana Grozeva, representing the Agency of Regional Economic Development in Stara Zagora. This is an institution which brings together a broad number of stakeholders. On the other hand, it works on a number of projects jointly with the European Union, specifically the Hydrogen Valley project and many other activities. They have very good cooperation with the research institute, specifically the Thracian University. Rumjana, how does the green transition, the transformation of baseload capacity look from your point of view? You come from a region, from a region where this is important. You represent an NGO and you have to bring together different interests, and this is not easy. Thank you, Slavi, for your question. Minister, colleagues, the Agency for Regional Development is an NGO when it comes to its legal status. However, it brings together the 11 municipalities in the area, the Thracian University, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Bulgarian-German Center for Commercial Training. In other words, usual suspects when it comes to the green transition. As for the minister, we don't come from the same place, but we work together on a number of projects, and I do appreciate that. The agency is working on 4 projects on the energy transition, all of them funded directly from the European Commission. They cover different aspects, including a governance mechanism in the region, and here we partner with the University of Western Macedonia and Kozjani and a region in Romania, where we are trying to find the digitally sustainable solutions in the energy transition. While listening to everything that has been said today, I still have a lot of questions. For instance, if energy connectivity has been on the agenda of Europe for years, Bulgaria still sees it, at least regionally, probably due to the absence of sufficient awareness or campaigns. We still consider it as a threat to the development of the region in the years to come. Same is true of the transition and transformation of baseload energy capacity. You remember, in the course of 5 years, we both took part in the same project and kept meeting regularly. We were talking as to how this transition could be less threatening for the people. We worked together with different partners on various projects aiming to find technical solutions to overcome threats. I do not have an answer why Bulgaria for years on end has not been doing anything, either for Maritsa East or the thermal power plant 2, and did not access the possibilities of funding from the Fund for Coal and Steel, and are now looking for investments in coal facilities. We know this can't be done now. So what can be done regionally? On the regional level, the transition looks frightening because there is not enough information. And despite all the projects we have been talking about, and you probably were thinking of the small hydrogen valley project, but despite all that, people are concerned. They don't understand. They don't see the solution of their problems. And I'd like to call upon Minister Radev, let this plan for spatial development be discussed, debated in Stara Zagora on a broad basis. And indeed, there should be regional access to the plan for the bottom-up approach to be truly operational. I must apologize for not knowing where the minister was born, but as a former speaker of the Bulgarian House, of the Bulgarian Parliament, thought that Beijing was in Vietnam, I am probably less outrageous in this respect. And now I'll give the floor to another panelist representing Greenpeace. As you know, Greenpeace, and I'm not talking about Berlin, I'm talking of the organization. So this organization has its own view on the energy sector. And concerning the transition, I don't know whether this person with the poster outside is from your organization, but I do welcome what stands on his poster. It says pollutants must pay, polluters must pay. I fully agree with that. So tell us how the transformation looks from the viewpoint of Greenpeace. The energy transition is of interest not only to our organization, but many other green organizations in Europe, and to each and every one of us. I'm 37 years old, and my whole life has been a huge transition. And this is what sociologists, political scientists keep saying. This transition is still going on in Bulgaria. But in other words, it was hijacked, this transition. and it was unplugged, if I may call it that way. We are now discussing a different issue, but the executive, the judiciary, the legislative branch, we know what the situation has been in the last few years. No need to discuss Bulgaria further. The European Agency on the Environment announced shocking data last week. Somebody had mentioned that we should not be creating fear in the population, but on the other hand, we cannot close our eyes to what's going on in Europe and in Bulgaria specifically. The European Environmental Agency stated that between 1980 and 2020, millions of people had lost their lives in Europe as a result of the climate change, heat waves, floods, etc. We are witnessing the same in Bulgaria as well, and the economic damage of these phenomena amount to about 560 billion euro. And here we're not even talking of the health impact on the life of people because of polluted air. We're only talking of climate change. And climate change is not discussed in this event at length, which is a pity. In other words, in Bulgaria, the transition did not start in 21 in Bulgaria. I keep my fingers crossed. I hope it will continue. But the transition started much earlier. Some of the most polluting power plants used to get free of charge quotas for their emissions against their promise that they would get modernized one day. And until then, this modernization had been either delayed or never took place. A few days ago, the European Prosecutor's Office started an investigation for fraud on the payments for emission quotas in Bulgaria. And against the background of all that, 7 countries from Central and Eastern Europe would like to somehow go through the energy transition, but still use fossil fuels, and they plan to spend 21 billion euro for gas infrastructure. And again, a few days ago, everything I mentioned so far took place within a few days. Amber, an organization that may be familiar to many of you, it's a think tank dealing with environmental policies, and the European Environmental Bureau, an organization bringing together the largest coalition of NGOs in Bulgaria. So they came up with a report on the energy connectivity and the energy transition. According to this report, the capacity of interstate should be doubled in the next 10 years. This is the key message of Amber. And this will result into better rates for the consumers, better, more security for investors who would be happier to invest in renewables. It would also shut up those who say, and what do we do when the sun is not shining? Because this higher level of connectivity would mean that these fluctuations will be taken care of. The the weather conditions in the whole of Europe would not be the same no matter what. The recommendations are very good, and they come out regularly. I don't know how these messages are heard. The fossil fuel is the basis not only of climate change, but also of the consequences for everything that the world and Bulgaria have been suffering. We saw what happened in some of the regions of Bulgaria. And that is why subsequent investment in power plants and infrastructure for fossil fuel will pour oil into the fire. There would be more destruction and more human lives lost. The energy projects must be discussed. They're not frightening. Here we're talking about experts, those who understand the topic. I know that many people have been doing this all their lives, but let us discuss this topic in an accessible manner. People need to understand what we are talking about. You know what Google has to say on questions and comments concerning the latest projects in the Resilience and Recovery Plan. The photovoltaic installations for own use, energy efficiency in buildings, and so on. And these comments are extremely intelligent. People want to do things like artists, and I'm sure they'll manage.
Аз съм напълно съгласен с това, че
It seems that particularly in Stara Zagora, the Maritsa Basin, where I have very direct impression what's going on, it seems that people there seem to be talking more about coal and their employment, but less about health and the statistics on that. At least this issue is not so visible. I'm very glad this was all discussed here, but at the national level, the whole attitude has to be changed, and the role of the institutions is enormous. People like Rumiana and myself may organize all sorts of events, but at the end of the day, the people want to hear what the government has to say on the topic. And thus, we heard all our panelists. Frankly speaking, I'm a little bit hurt, because last year I had 14 panelists, and this year there are only 12. So I feel deprived of panelists this year. But within the allotted time for this panel, we succeeded in hearing each and every one of them out. I'm very grateful to the minister for staying the whole time and listening to the experts. Thank you for being here. And make sure you stay, because we continue discussing another topic, namely the energy strategy, or rather absence of it. There are a lot of people who wanted to speak, and as a moderator, I will draw up a written document which I'll present to the institutions and the minister specifically. And of course, it will also be uploaded on the web. I will also insist that this topic is also debated in Parliament in the joint meeting of several different parliamentary committees, because this will have some practical effect if the institutions do their job. Thank you once more. Let's take a couple of minutes before we begin with the subsequent discussion.